dance a pixel parade, but his throne feels like it's decayed. Requests like arrows pierce his pride. The fool's demand he can't hide. Oh, Adam the Pixel King, bending light for every whim. Unseen hero in the endless night, demanding respect for his radiant fire.
G'day, pals. Welcome back to another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. We're back in Sydney. We're going to do some prep for Melbourne Games Week today. I'm excited. Hope you're hyped. It's going to be a good stream. What a crazy week that was, huh? For those of you who have no idea what the hell you just walked into, I literally got off the plane like 5 or 6 hours ago. From LA, I just spent a week streaming with the Primogen and TeachDV. We hooked up with SFan, Doug. We kind of collaborated with who else? Point Crow was there. Casey Muratori was there. We had who else come in? All kinds of awesome streamers. Of course, Low Level TV was there. We had Beganbot providing awesome music and vibe-coded vibes. The whole week, we were there with Bash Bunny, so many Krasm. Shout outs to everybody who was there. Trash Dev, Rox was there. It was a huge DJ Dave. That was such a cool afternoon. I enjoyed that week so immensely. We were working on Prime and TJ's game Towers of Mordoria, for which I did the art. I had a lot of fun. I felt this time like, I feel like last time, I was very emotionally invested in making sure that I did a good job and just maybe fixating a little bit on not getting too starstruck with who was there. Oh, also like internet comment etiquette was there. This time I felt like I'd already done this once before and I was kind of just a bit more comfortable to find my groove and enjoy myself. I want to say, straight off the top, I pretty much finished all the art that they assigned to me. So the game's status in terms of whether it's completion, I think art-wise, we left it in a really good spot. And though they had a couple troubles, just building that thing right at the very end. Who knew docs were an important thing to look at before you ship a game? I feel like I got a lot of work in, and I'm happy with the effort that I put in through the week. Hope you enjoyed watching it. What else? This was a crazy week for me. Not just in terms of like, I guess what's the word? Like opportunities to be live on stream. Hey, Falling Up, thank you so much for the sub. 55 months. How dare you not come halfway across the country and visit me while you were stateside? I left. Literally, they cut the stream. An hour later, I was on my way back to LAX to fly back here. It literally went from like, thanks everybody. And then I'm out. Last time I had like an extra night, or no, I had like at least the end of, no, we like wrapped up and then I think we had the morning of the next day. Like I slept there at least one more night. This time I did not have that amount of time, partly because next week I'm going to be in Melbourne for Melbourne Games Week, including PAX. We got the Game Awards in Australia, the Australian Game Awards. There is an event called Play Now that I will be participating in that includes a whole bunch of meetings with publishers. I'm kind of overwhelmed at the moment with just how much action there is around Insignia and my work, and it's been like a really, I want to say even like overwhelming experience for me, just trying to rationalize like my opportunities together, you know, just trying to understand like, hey, what the hell am I gonna do? There are some publisher names. How are the wish lists? So we can check that. I think we cracked, I think we were north of 6,500. We were heading towards like 7K towards the end of this week. Yeah, we're almost at 7K, which is awesome. We were at fourth. We were like not quite at 5,000 before this week. So we almost doubled, at least like 1.5x the wish lists during this week. Hashtag wishlist insignia on stream if you're a real one. It was a crazy week. Yeah, we just gotta, who knew? You just gotta blast AI tracks telling people to wishlist it for like 24 hours straight, 5 days a week on a stream that has like 10,000 people watching. Yeah, I guess that works. It was a crazy experience for me because while this is all going on, like I'm entertaining conversations with publishers about things. I'm reading like lists of publishers that I'm going to be meeting next week. I'm chatting with Point Crow, and Point Crow's like, hey, if you want to help, you know, distributing your game. There was a bunch of little things that happened that just made me feel like, oh wow, we have options. Things are happening for us. And I guess the next 2 or 3 days, I just want to spend making sure that I can, you know, take advantage of these opportunities in an intelligent way. Partially, I would say the amount of opportunities we have coming our way at the moment gives me a little bit of confidence. Like, you know, a meeting with a publisher whose name rhymes with revolver would have been extremely intimidating. It still kind of is intimidating to me. But now that's not as intimidating anymore. Partly because I just feel like whether or not I have a game that's going to meet their portfolio interests, or whether or not, you know, I'm able to take on that kind of responsibility in terms of like directing a game that has, you know, a large publisher behind it. I think that what I have now, which I didn't have before I left, was a sense of self-confidence about what I think is right for the game. You know, when you only have one opportunity, all you can do is consider like, how can I be worthy of this opportunity? But when you have lots of opportunities, you start thinking, okay, what opportunities do I want to take? What kinds of opportunities do I think would be relevant for us? And for Insignia, you know, I've got a very clear vision about the kind of project I want to run. Hey, Glyco, thank you so much for the sub. I've got a very clear vision, and throwing like tons of money on that vision doesn't necessarily make it happen faster. So there is a level of control, a scope, a size of team that I think would be ideal for Insignia to maximize the kind of like return on investment of the game and making sure that the quality is as high as possible. And for the first time in, I don't know, 8 years, I'm finally at a place where I feel like I can quantify the sizes and the scope and the budget that I think meets our needs, or at least a range of scopes and budgets and blah, 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 that I think, you know, will lead to something that I'm proud of. And like I said, just throwing tons and tons of money on that doesn't necessarily make it happen faster. Now, on this stream, we've talked about this conversation quite a lot in the last 6 months. The publishing stuff has come up a lot. One thing that hasn't come up that much is the concept of self-publishing. I've been pretty fixated on making sure that I can get the attention of a publisher up until like right now. And now that I have the opportunity to present my vision, I think that that's something that, you know, like it would be great if we're able to present and a publisher was able to give us a strong offer or something like that. But it might even be the case that appealing to a publisher directly, like just shrinking or expanding the project to meet their interests is not necessarily what we want to do. And the prospect of self-publishing is something that I've actively been kind of, you know, turning a blind eye to ever since 2022, I would say. And certainly in 2022, I don't think that my content creation opportunities, the size of the audience, the size of just where things were going for me, and my willingness to commit to those things, it just wasn't there. I just don't think we had the connections or the opportunities to make things happen. But a lot's changed since then. Like a lot has changed. You know, looking at where we're at now, we were in 2022 when I decided I wanted to have a team project. You know, let's say the budget for the game was always about, you know, 500K AUD. Let's say that was the budget. In 2022, when I decided I needed a team, I had zero funding. I had nothing. So it really just wasn't an option to get to this figure without some external help, right? You need someone to make up this gap. And how are you going to do that? But then, you know, as we started, you know, as time went on, 2024, we got some grant funding. That brought us a big chunk of the way there. In 2025, we've done some contracting. We've had some really cool opportunities to pick up other work, which has added about that much on there. We're really like here now, and maybe not quite there. Maybe we're more like here. You know, we probably need another little bit left. Maybe this was a bit further down. So, you know, certainly like we still have a lot to go, but there are things about the project and I guess my business that I feel like, you know, if I was looking at this figure, and this is a minimum figure, this is like the smallest version of Insignia that I think that I would be okay distributing. You know, this involves, it's basically me plus like sound effects, artist plus composer plus 2x animator plus someone like a dev to close, right? And this is part-time, you know, most people working part-time, me doing most of the work. Like that's kind of where we started. And I still think this is a reasonable vision. Like I'm not down on this. I quite like it still. So if I was to think about like what's the minimum thing we need to do to reach the minimum successful version of the project where we don't have any kind of external funding, you know, this amount here, the question becomes like, okay, what do I have any kind of reach to make up this amount of money by the time I want to release? You know, let's say we've got more than 12 months to go. Can I raise something like 300k AUD to get to the end? There are things that we can do to cross this gap. I don't know if they're enough to cross the gap, but I feel like if things keep growing, then they're not intimidating. I shouldn't be thinking in terms of decay of opportunity. I'm not going to be doing less collaborations with YouTubers. I'm not going to be doing, I'm not going to be meeting fewer people than I've already met. I'm going to be meeting new people, and the opportunities that come from those engagements or things that I do, those are going to grow. The YouTube sub count is not going to go down. The wishlist count is not going to go down. These things are only going to go up as long as I'm, continuing to push. So, we could probably count on, maybe 40K just coming from just content creation that I produce just in the next, 18 months. That amount of money might just come through, Twitch ads, YouTube video revenue, that kind of stuff. That's not out of the question for me. That's pretty typical over like 18 to 24 months. This is Australian dollars, of course. And that gets us like here. It's not a very big number, but there are other things, right? Big things we can do. We have not even touched merch. And, I produced some merch for the Towers of Mordoria team this week. Right? This was sick. And everybody wanted one of these hoodies. Like I fought to get one. So the idea, and I threw that together in like a day. Like that artwork was really a quick turnaround for me. So the idea that we produce merch, every so often, and people are interested in it. I don't know what that is. That's some number, but it's not zero, right? So maybe we do something with merch. There's also Scene Graph, which is a tool that I've been building with Elzac. Not this year, but last year we were working on it. And this is like genuinely a useful Unity plugin. Like this will sell on the asset store. People will buy this. I know there's demand for this. I know we'll move units of it. Like I estimate like, we could make 50K in like if we support it and we're working on it, there's money in this that we could be, tapping into. And the version that's current is not that far off release. Another month or two of testing, if we push on it, it's possible. Another aspect of this that we haven't really done is Kickstarter. Like these are bullets in the chamber that I haven't really, this is content creation. These are bullets in the chamber that I've not fired, and that by all accounts, I probably should be putting some energy into. We could also take more sponsorships. There's a point where at a certain point, you kind of just, I've not taken on sponsorships for a long time, but I feel like we could pick up some valuable ones, especially if I'm working with other content creators who have a bit more access to this kind of stuff. I feel like we could pick up some sponsorships that were much more closely related to what we like to do, not just like Raid Shadow Legends, exactly, or Marvel Rivals or whatever. Like I feel like we could bring in some actual sponsorships that you guys would be interested in. So, for me, there's also like a layer of this where I don't actually feel like my work is done until, like, even just these two things, if we can't make something happen really special with these two, I'm not sure the game is ready for people to be playing it, or for people to be interested in it. If I can't convince you to get excited about merch or to invest in a Kickstarter, to what's the word they use? Back a Kickstarter. We're not making the right choices. Like, the game's not where it needs to be if that's not the case. So these are things where, hey Enigma, how's it going? These are things where I feel like this gap is not, it's not crazy to crack this with these things. You know, I don't want to, the numbers are, I'm just going to fudge them right now because I don't know the answer to these questions. This is a risk, right? I have to make investments into my time and energy. I don't know what the return on those investments is going to be. Who knows? But if we had to just divide this number across these opportunities, you know, there's 40. Maybe we could make 10K conservatively. Yeah, it's 50. Depends on how hard we push it. If we're doing a really good job, maybe we make 30K. Scene graph could be 50. I don't think that's out of the realm of possibility at all. A Kickstarter, if we can't bring in with the support of the channels that we are friendly with here at Indie Tales, if we can't crack 100K AUD, what are we doing? Like, there's just no world where I would be comfortable releasing a game if we couldn't generate enough interest to crack that figure. Sponsorships, you know, maybe we take like, I don't know, 50K's worth of sponsorships over a year and a half. It's not crazy. We've done 5K sponsorships before. We take one every couple months, 20 months. Not crazy. Maybe, yeah, we can be more conservative with this if we want, but whatever. So just here, we've got 270. We're almost there, you know. And this is like, for Kickstarter, I feel like we could do better than that, you know. Of course, Kickstarter does have, it does come with commitments, but I think what I'm starting to see here is there is something in this that I am starting to, what's the word? Where the project is at right now, there are some wheels that are starting to turn where they're not just separate wheels, they're a bit multiplicative, okay? Some of the things are starting to drive a bit better. So like merch and Kickstarter, these things work very well together. If I already have a pipeline for merch, we can give away merch as part of the Kickstarter. Right, exactly. So it becomes easier to do fulfillment if we have a really good pipeline for merch setup by the time we're doing Kickstarter. When it comes to like, you know, content creation, if we're pushing on that, then it becomes easier to do sponsorships. Scene graph is its own thing. The only reason I put it here is because I actually do think it has like a genuine potential to be something that's just valuable on its own. And we've already put a lot of effort into it. It's not far from release. So yeah. Saravati says, I would say though, the Kickstarter money should be treated slightly differently. It partially cannibalizes sales at launch. True, but I also think that that doesn't hurt me personally. I don't think that, I think that a very successful Kickstarter indicates a demand that goes beyond what you were able to reach with the Kickstarter. Like if you know, 50,000 people are interested in the game, there should be another 50,000 on the other side of that who are excited about it too. If you only have a big enough audience, if you were able to convert your entire possible audience to kickstart the game, do you know what I mean? And then if that meant that nobody else would ever be interested in the game, I feel like that's a super niche space to be in, and I don't know how practical that is. With marketing, you should be able to validate and then reinvest into reaching new players who haven't seen you from the Kickstarter, right? That stuff scales. So this gets us to like a development line where we could actually, the whole point of this is like finish the game, right? Finish the game. This doesn't mean market the game, right? It doesn't mean the game is ready to launch on Steam when this happens. This is just finish the game content, right? Maybe it also means test it. So we have something that's like ready to release, but it doesn't mean that we do release it just based on the fact that we finished the software. There is also then another marketing campaign that has to happen. There are other things that we need to be able to drive in order to get this thing the best chance that it can get to, you know, actually have to drive sales, right, at launch. So it's something that I'm thinking a lot about, and if we can get this far, this is the big thing for me. If we can get to here without any external investment, what that means, it guarantees us something really special. It means that the game that I make is the game that I want to make. It's the game that I care about making. It doesn't have any outside influence. It doesn't have any forced deadlines that I can't really meet. It doesn't force me to take on a bunch of debt in order to get to this point. It's actually a really good point to be at in terms of just having completed something that I set my mind to, and being in a position then to convert on that. Now, if you can get this far, then the question is, well, why do you need a publisher at all? And I think that there are, you know, there are finishing funds, that kind of stuff happens. But getting this far without giving away any equity is a very strong position to be in, I think. It's not my plan. It's not the only direction we could go in, but it's starting to become a direction that I think is like, hang on, the gap's not that far now. Like we can actually start to close this thing and you know, we can start to think about, hey, like it's not out of the realm of possibility anymore. Slight accent change spotted. Really? In which direction? More American? For real? Dude, if I'm that malleable, that's crazy. I've always wondered whether or not that's a thing that would happen to me. Let's read some comments. Are you actually back in Australia already? I am actually back in Australia already. I literally flew. The stream ended. I got on a plane. I got here. I slept on the plane, and now I'm streaming. Like 4 hours after I landed. Turning point of the game assets to make an art book or posters might not be a horrible idea. 100k AUD is definitely the low end for Kickstarter. Yep. I would say though the Kickstarter money would treat it differently. Yep. Pixel Fireplace says, I feel like Scene Graph is low hanging fruit in terms of market testing. You might end up with selling tools that made the game as a business model. Yeah, it does have its own thing where you have to support it afterwards, which I'm a little concerned about, but I think we have a good agreement, Elzak and I, where he's able to support it and he gets half of the revenue, and I'm happy to just leave it and I just get half of the revenue for having, you know, invented it. Would it mess with the Steam algorithms if most people used a key instead of buying it through Steam? Well, if most people did, then I think so, but I don't think that's the fear. You know, if we finish the game we're in a great position then to promote the game, and we can get lots of other people interested and excited about it. If I have a finished game, do you know how much content I can make about the game? Do you know how much more TikToks and shorts and videos I can make about my game that has all of the content in it? Whereas right now, I'm sort of like having to really like, if I'm making anything about the game, it's chapter 1 content, you know? So there's kind of like this put up or shut up thing that I'm seeing, that I feel like I might have to do this anyway. Like no matter what happens, I think that being able to prove that I am comfortable executing on the vision and elevating that vision, that needs to happen anyway. No matter which option we pick, no matter who funds the game, whether it's self-funded, an angel investor or a publisher, one way or another, me demonstrating that that the team and I are able to create a marketable brand, right? Not just a game, but like something that people are excited about. That needs to happen. Hey, Maddie man. We just got back from LA. Have I talked about the experience? I can talk about it a little bit more. Put the soundtrack on Spotify. Yeah, probably not a lot of money in it. So for me, like one of the things that I think we are missing is this. I spent so much time thinking about this on the plane over and on the plane back. And even during, like while all this merch was happening, I think I'm starting to recognize that like a lot of what makes Insignia special, like I've been fixating for a long time, like a year and a half now, on mechanics and lore and like how the game works, you know, how I teach the player how to play the game. That stuff's all really important. It's fine. But ideally, there should be this whole second piece of the game, which is really where I started on the game, which is the game's value as a world, purely a world building thing. Like, who are the characters? What are these places? What are the races in the game? How do you get excited about the world of Insignia? And I really haven't put out a lot of material. There's not a lot of assets that represent that vision. There are sketches, there's you know, artwork, but it's not polished artwork. It's not artwork that you can buy. It's not artwork that you can set as a desktop background. It's just stuff that's for me. And it's not designed in such a way. It's not key art. It's not designed in such a way for you to consume. So to the extent that the world of Insignia is a big part of what makes it valuable, I have so much more work to do to demonstrate that vision. And for me, it's easy. Like I know what I should be drawing. I know what, or if I'm commissioning the work, I know what it would be. You would get, you know, like key art of the villains, of characters of the different races, different moments from the game. Just more of like the culture of the game, right? Like the same way that the Lord of the Rings has the hobbits and the Shire and that whole aesthetic, you know, and then obviously Mordor and not Mordoria, Mordor and orcs and all of that stuff. There's an emotional attachment we have with the world that makes Lord of the Rings valuable beyond just the book, The Lord of the Rings, or Frodo's story, or, you know, the Fellowship's story. That's kind of like a part of it, but people are excited and invested about something much broader than that. It's the IP. So I think for me, like, coming off the back of Towers of Mordoria and this experience at LA, thinking a lot about what I want to do with the IP and the brand and the game, and thinking about the steps that I have to take to get to a point where I think we can start generating organic traction based on just the game itself, like just what the game is, and not just me doing tutorials, right? I have to be putting more effort into packaging the world up into a format that you can consume. And I think we're ready for that. You know, I'm not intimidated by that. I think it's a good direction to take. Another thought that I had was that like that stuff, the value of all of that in-world world building, like behind me, right? This image has gone a long way on my stream. I use this for everything. This is one picture. Like what I need like 20 of these things, you know, posters and key art of characters on their own in groups doing different things, like in specific locations in the game. Like the art of this world is one that is something that I think it's going to be exciting. Hey, Javine. So with that in mind, something that I'm sort of realizing is, and this is really important, people who are interested in the game right now, like everybody who's interested in the game right now, has not played the game. Right? Like if a publisher wants to talk to me about Insignia, it's because of this and like a bunch of gameplay GIFs that they might have seen. It's not because they've personally played the game and think that it's going to be critically acclaimed. It's because of the concept of the brand. So in a sense, when it comes to raising interest and hype around the game, the quality of the game is not actually relevant in that aspect. Now, of course, once the game releases, the quality is a bottleneck. You can't get people excited about a game that's garbage if reviews are coming out and it's bad. But I think what I'm realizing is that for me personally, the game being an exciting place to spend time in, having that world be enticing and the game being competent, you know, the game being reasonably fun, is more important than the game being genre defining. I don't need for Insignia to be so unique in its gameplay mechanics that you've never played a game like it before. In fact, that might actually hurt it. In actual fact, like all of the stuff I've been doing with the ensigns and all that stuff, like sure, that's fine and that's good, but that's not the stuff that if I demo it to you, it makes you go, you know, it's not the meat of the marketing campaign. That's the cherry on top. The game having like a cool combat system is like a bonus that kicks the excitement into overdrive on something where you're already emotionally invested. You're already going, wow, look at this world, look at this pixel art, look at these characters. So I think I need to be doing more. I don't necessarily like, I think I run a real risk as a developer, as a designer. I run a risk intuitively of like when I design things, they tend to be a little, you know, I go a little off broad sometimes, in such a way that like it can be a little alienating to new players who don't understand, you know, who don't have my gaming background, to know, oh, what do I have to do here? How do I play this? So like something being original and different or foreign it can actually hurt what I'm trying to do with the world building stuff if I'm not careful. Also, like if I'm doing GIFs of the game and I'm showing you combat, having Armin do some cool backflip or whatever is fine, but it's really what he's fighting against that's going to draw people in. Like if I show you this really cool Hagen knight character, this like big, you know, chunky pig in armor, do this huge axe swing, like that's cool. And seeing the player dodge roll through a big enemy attack is almost like more interesting than just seeing the player doing a move over and over again. So, you know, it's the world, and like I've got like the animating enemies and just showcasing those enemies, and I guess what I should say is like enemies contribute to that world story. The diversity of the world increases as I add enemies and showcase them. But if I show you the same move 5 or 6 times, or even different moves that the player can do, the moves you can do are not on their own. They don't drive that world building dial. You know, the moves are just, they're flashy, they might be exciting technically, but they don't make you more invested in what Insignia is. They're sort of more like clout or credibility like things. They're more like, oh wow, this game looks really competently made or visually impressive, but it's not like I want to buy merch of that, right? Because they're very transient, they're in motion, they're not things that you sort of like can feel attachment to. And I think in general, like if I was to be critical of the game right now, I think the ensigns as like a foundation of the game's sort of like brand. Like, would you get a tattoo of any of the ensigns? Like maybe, but they might have to be more different and diverse for that to be worth it. It's much more likely you're going to be excited about characters, right? Characters way more than a move that you can do in the game. But the moves take a long time to like the VFX, all that stuff, the tutorialization of elements, that stuff's actually really hard to make. And so I think what I'm trying to say here is that like we've put a lot of work going uphill, right? Fighting against gravity, trying to get the game into a place where it plays well. But now there's the downhill roller coaster acceleration of like, hey, let's just draw a bunch of cool art about this game. Let's sell a bunch of t-shirts, you know? Like, why? It's easy. That stuff's the easy stuff. Drawing cool art is like, it looks cool, check, validated. You don't have to cross-reference that with like the rest of the game's mechanics. You just go, wow, that art looks cool. So what's the amount that you need to commit to an ensign? Well, that's like, if it's not something that you could get a tattoo of, it's not ready. You know, what's the amount you need to make to commit to an ensign tattoo? I would do probably, if I was to get a tattoo of the game, it would probably be of the sword or Armin or the Insignia logo. I'm not sure yet. But this is the thing, like I should, by the end of development, the list of things that you could get a tattoo of that are in the game should be way higher in terms of like characters, locations, like moments in the game, weapons that characters have, you know? Yeah, well, this is the thing. The things that I fixate on are the things that I feel threatened by. And those things have to do with, you know, the game being a competent piece of software that runs very well, that is intuitive to use and play. And those things are so important. I feel much more confident making characters that you'll like. Like, you just watched me spend an entire week, and every hour that I was on stream, I felt like I was happy, I was excited to make graphics for that game and to kind of like imbue, you know, meaning and significance into the world that they were building. That stuff's much more intuitive to me. Like, it's just something that I do a lot more of in my like as a kid, I did a lot more of drawing and stuff. And I think as a pixel artist, I've come a long way into just being able to conceive something in my mind and render it on a page and have that look good. So I think what I want, I had a conversation with TJ, actually. Hang on. Shall we do a bit of a Mordoria recap? and then I'll get to this next beat about what I want to do with Insignia moving forward. And then we'll transition into a conversation more about Melbourne Games Week, which is happening next week. I'm heading to Melbourne Games Week. So let's do a little bit of a recap. Sorry, chat. Let's do a bit of a recap. So I had such a fun week this week that's just passed. If you want to see like all of the shenanigans that we got up to, you can go check out the Prime Time on YouTube. There are a bunch of vlogs about the week. So we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 little episodes. We had so much content going. Of course, I wasn't producing a lot of social media posts or anything like that. Like I didn't really take much video. I got a couple of posts on like X that you can check out. We'll get into it in a second. We got to do some really cool dress up while I was there. It was a fun week for sure. So let's just sort of like kick off this whole thing from the beginning. So I went to LA earlier this year in March. Basically, the way that I met TJ and Prime was through like pure coincidence. I was at GDC in March. I was planning on just going for the sake of, seeing if I could get some publisher interest for Insignia. And the week before I left, I get a message from Prime out of the blue. I never met him before. I knew of him as a streamer, but hadn't had any interaction with him. I get a message from him over Twitter saying like, hey, would you be available to do some pixel art for us for a game? Remotely. I wasn't going to be involved in the tower stuff at all. And I said, hey, I'm going to be in San Francisco. It might be a bit difficult for me to do a lot of work for you while I'm there. And immediately they came through with the suggestion like, hey, why don't you just come over here and spend the week with us in LA? San Francisco, LA, it's all in California, like just fly up. So I literally just dropped everything and did it because I thought it'd be a cool opportunity. And it was a great week. That was the first time we went. And since then, TJ's been messaging me and saying, hey, we want to do it again. This time we're going to have the game be in a much more polished state when we start so that we have a good chance of finishing it. And I was in touch with Prime and TJ and the crew as early as like a month and a half ago, like 6 weeks ago, I think we started like getting back into it. I wasn't producing any art for the game during that time. But I was seeing a lot of work getting done and organizing happening so that we would be ready. And of course, they were going to redo it in the tower. Same thing again. I produced some assets like a logo and the title, which the box art, which you can see on the merch that we were doing. Maybe I can show you the merch. Maybe. Give me a second. This is on Fourth Wall. Yeah. So I produced this artwork. In fact, all of this work is artwork I produced. The hoodies, obviously the game assets, was just stuff that I kind of whipped up either from March or for what we were doing. Like these tiles here are basically they were doing printed little tiles that were going to sit on the framework PCs that were sponsoring the event. And so these are like an inch by an inch little tiles you sort of like attach to these little desktop PCs. And so I created some graphics for those, but then we were like, hey, let's just throw them on a tote. So yeah, it was a great little kind of like lead up to the event. And yeah, we were just going to do it all again, right? The same way that we did it last time. So basically that's what happened. I flew over flew over on last Sunday, I guess it was, on the 20th, and everyone was getting set up. It was going to be basically the same team plus an all new suite of guests, which I was excited about. And I had a pretty easy flight over there. Like, it was pretty cruisy. I stayed at the same hotel that I'd stayed in before. You know, doing something the second time is a lot easier than the first time. When I got there, they were setting up. We were getting audio stuff working. We planned for me to stay on my Sydney sleep schedule while we were there, which I think was actually a pretty good move. I was essentially every day, I would wake up at like 2 to 4 p.m. I would stream until 6 a.m. and then I would sleep. So I was kind of, you know, staying about as like on Sydney time as possible, which meant I was like refreshed and feeling good in the night hours. What else is there to say? I mean, in terms of like the setup and how we were going to do it, there were things that I wanted to do with the game from the previous, like from where we started, or where we left off, I should say, in March. There were definitely things that I was excited about getting back into and having a second go at. I knew that the tile sets, for example, were not great the first time. I went for a really clean aesthetic with like a flat green that I really wanted to update and trash, that I wanted to update and just be more colorful. I mean, like the game now I think looks really, really nice. And there were just things that I was planning on the flight over that I would tackle on like day one, and things that I was hoping to get around to during the week. So for me, like it felt pretty much like business as usual in terms of just like getting to a place where, like, you know, I've been here before. I'm sitting in the same chair I was sitting in 6 months ago. I've got my setup. I took my like little Windows laptop. I bought a new Wacom tablet just for the trip, and they were all working on like new operating systems. This like Linux distro called Omachi. They were like trying to set stuff up at night, the night before. Actually, you know, like it was pretty ambitious what they were doing, because they had like so many new shotgun mics and a really big audio interface and like 7 cameras. It was actually kind of incredible how much technology was sitting in that room on day one. You can see here like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cameras just in this frame. So definitely the production was bigger. We had like dedicated audio visual people on the whole week. But I think, like, reflecting on it, we probably could have gone way simpler and it would have been a lot easier to manage. Like last time, there was a little laptop in front of me and I could just switch the scenes if I was sitting next to it. You know, anyone could just go up and we were just using OBS, right? So it's like, oh yeah, just switch that scene or whatever. This time it was like, I couldn't do any scene switching. It was like on a separate computer on the other side of the room, with like a whole bunch of software that I've never seen, custom hardware, like just, it was a bit beyond me. So we did have a couple of technical hiccups getting started, but I mean, the operation was way bigger this time. They were like, at any one time, I think we had like 8 people working on the game, like rotating. It was like, let's count. It was Prime, TJ, Low Level, Began, myself, Prime, TJ, Low Level, Began, myself. We had Krasm come in, Bash Bunny was there, Madison was there, Did I say trash yet? It was like a lot of people. Dan and Defy were also on the team, and they had been working on the game kind of since before. Rocks, yeah, like I said, Diffusal, Defy us all. Casey Muratori came in. The Cursor, like I think it's the CEO, whoever, like the team Cursor came in. Warren Buffering was in there. We had so many people contributing to the repo. It was actually towards the end, it was kind of hard for me to push. It was hard for me to push commits to the repo because I kept having to fetch every time I wanted to push. Like new stuff was happening faster than I could click the button. But yeah, it was crazy. And surprisingly, that didn't make it was not impossible for us to all work on it. So I guess that was kind of a win. Vibe coding this game is probably not the best move because everyone's towards the end, it was so hard to bug fix because there are so many silent bugs that, especially in an interpreted language like Love 2D, if you're using Lua and there's a lot of code being written, you don't actually see the code breaking until it causes like a proper like break. So you can have code that won't even like compile or like run in the project, and as long as you don't touch that part of the code, it just runs. So it made for like really fast testing and turnaround, but really, really difficult validation and quality assurance at the end. That said, it was like, I think for what we were doing, like for the content, it was really good. Like for doing it live on stream, having people to just jump in and just make stuff, it made for a really good setup. And I think actually looking back on it, like there were multiple times where I was thinking to myself, like, man, if this was a Unity project, I would be compiling so often. I would have to compile so much if I was, if this was like, I should consider using something like Godot in the future, or building something smaller, you know. Just in a more lightweight engine or framework, because I think for certain kinds of projects, I mean, it's hard. There are trade-offs both ways. Hey, Nature Snack. W Night Crew, let's go. Yeah, for certain projects, like I was saying to my wife earlier as we were driving back in from the airport, like probably 80% of the code in Towers of Mordoria, in terms of like what the game needs in order to exist, already like straight up, hang on a second, this is not right. Let's just stop that and put that at like, I don't know, 1 hour. We've been streaming for some amount of time. Like the game's ability to have a hierarchy of transforms, the ability to click a thing, the ability to animate a transform and you click it so that a button depresses. That stuff you get in Unity out of the box, you know? So like layouts, done. You've installed Unity, you have layouts. Whereas, or like memory management, done. You never have to worry about like memory leaks in Unity because there's a garbage collector and it just works. You never have to worry about sanitizing memory like between scenes because you just unload scenes. The scene structure, it's just there by default. There's lots of things you get out of the box with Unity that just would probably have saved us weeks of dev time. Like TJ was working on animation systems for the cards. I guess that one system probably was worth rolling himself. But at the same time, like you could probably have gotten an asset to do that on the Unity asset store if you wanted. If you were just trying to cobble together something, I'm sure there's like a card game system. Let's check. Unity asset store card animation system. Let's have a look. TGC Engine, online card game. Right, card game core. Card game toolkit. Look at that. But as coders, it wouldn't have been as fun. I agree. It's just a question of like how much time do you want to spend making a game versus making a game engine? I think that's the thing that I am mostly concerned about. So like, look at this. Like this is the flipping, the placing stuff in the hands, having the hand fan out like that. TJ spent probably the majority of the week working on something that would just do this. And honestly, I think he did a better job than this. Like definitely his system that Casey advised him on is far and away the most capable approach to building an animation system for a game, and one that I should mention for those of you who questioned my approach to the action camera system in Insignia over the weeks that I was building that thing. Casey Muratori says that my way's better. So yeah, like it's definitely one of those things where depending on what you're trying to do, having a layered animation system that allows you to do interpolation between multiple states at any one time is very valuable for certain things. Especially when you've got things that need to be reacted to by the player, but also need to animate separately. And negotiating between those two things smoothly, which, like I said, it's super common, I think, in like camera systems in games. But also, yeah, the card systems, right? So cameras and cards are similar because the camera needs to follow the player for a bunch, and then it also needs to be able to move in cutscenes and do separate things. So the idea of mixing and mastering is, audio is another example where you need to be able to animate between snapshots or let properties drive themselves simultaneously. Very, very common. So that was really cool. I think, I don't know what day that was. That might have been day 2 or day 3. I guess I'll just round out like the conversation on, yeah, there's Casey. Also really cool to meet Casey. This is so funny, this clip. To me, like, I knew of Casey Muratori for a long time, but probably wasn't on my radar as like a celebrity game dev or anything. Outside of just, I knew that this guy existed who worked alongside Jonathan Blow, who was responsible for writing a bunch of code for like animation systems for not early games, but games in like the early 2000s. And like a video encoder solution or something like that. I don't know him, like I know of Handmade Hero. I don't know much about it, So for me, Casey was someone who I recognized as like almost more of like an academic reference. Like, oh, this is someone whose work I think makes a significant contribution to video games. But I wasn't really familiar to him as a person. Or with him as a person, until I walked into the tower and I was like, "Oh, you're the guy." But he's a really cool guy. It was awesome to meet him. So yeah, just I guess pivoting slightly into like guests, I had a really, really awesome time meeting all of the new fresh faces. This time in the tower. It was like really, really cool to just like be in an environment where I was able to do, like, I'm kind of an introverted person. I don't know if that's obvious. And a lot of the time, like on stream, I think I kind of felt a little bit like my voice is not one that can compete with everybody else's voice. It's not something where I have the personality. I am back home. I don't necessarily have the personality or just the vocal cords to sort of be high volume all the time. And sometimes even just like the mental dexterity to do it, on camera, in front of everybody. It's hard for me to do that. So for me, it was actually so awesome to be in a space where I felt like I could contribute in a way that I was comfortable doing, right? Doing my pixel art, and meet people that way. Like meeting Point Crow and Doug. I mean, I'd met Doug before from the last time, but meeting Point Crow under these circumstances, it was really cool because I was able to showcase like who I am, what I'm about, and help like we collabed a little bit on like the cards we were designing for the game. It was a really awesome way to be introduced to someone where I didn't have to, I sort of just let my fingers do the talking. You know what I mean? And as an individual, as a person, that's very comforting for me because, you can get, if you're trying to explain to somebody what you do and you say, hey, I do pixel art, it's like, okay, well, but what is it good pixel art? Like, are you just a hobbyist? Like pixel art is a very broad thing. It can be something that maybe just doesn't really, you just don't see how that's going to translate. Or if I say I'm making a game, it's like, okay, but is like, what is the game? So being able to showcase this in front of like, this is some, I don't know if you know this, but like, how do I show this on screen in a large scale? Like Point Crow and Doug are big YouTubers. Like, this is a big moment for me, and then like the next day, like meeting S-Fan, like holy cow. I'm not someone who considers themselves like a big content creator. That's just not something that I don't have, like, I don't spend a lot, I don't go to TwitchCon, I don't do that stuff. So I don't live in America, right? I live in Australia. So it's kind of like, I guess most of us, right? Everyone watching, it's like the idea of like S-Fan or Doug or Point Crow. It's like, these people are kind of like people I watch, they're not people they're not real human beings that I meet. And it was actually so nice to meet these people. Like S-Fan's a really nice guy. He's great. In fact, everybody that I met, whether it's like Common Etiquette, S-Fan, Doug, Point Crow, all the big guests, DJ Dave, like everybody there was really like just down to earth, nice people, not at all. Like, I think it's easy sometimes to just assume that people who have a lot of followers are, they're probably entitled or they're probably this way. It's like, not at all. Like, Ben, this is so funny, dude. You have to watch the vlogs. If you haven't watched them, dude, Krasm is so funny. The editing was good too. I really enjoyed, like, maybe like in the future, I should be more open to the opportunity of like just being silly on stream. But like, these guys were so fun to be with. Just to be in the room, like listening to all the stuff that was happening. And like, not to mention the music that Big and Bot was producing on Suno was so, it set the tone in such a strong way. Like being in Night Crew and listening to like banger songs, like bangers about us and what we were doing in the moment was, I think it helped elevate the vibe, so to speak, of the experience like a lot. It was hard for me, like, as someone who is, personally, I like to produce all of the things that I do by hand. That's a big part of my brand as a content creator, is teaching people how to, how to make stuff And, you know, I like the idea of producing music myself. I've got a lot of instruments in the room here, right next to me. We've got the keyboard, there's a drum kit behind me, there's a guitar right there. Like, I got some flutes and recorders and stuff in the drawer. There's a ukulele in there. Like, I like music and I like producing it. But oh my gosh, as a content creator, the idea of just like having fully produced audio that's DMCA free, just like, here it is, here's a song about Adam the Pixel King that's like this pendulum style, you know, breakcore meets orchestral opera thing, like just like that, 5 seconds, it's there. It was crazy. It was so cool. I don't know how you like, I don't know how as a content creator you ignore that kind of thing. Even as a creative person, not just a content creator, but as an artist, you know, it's very hard for me to think about a future where all we do is listen to Game Chop's audio, you know, on a playlist that I created indefinitely every single day for the next how many years, you know. I love this music. They're great tracks. I love putting them in my videos. I love being able to support the artists who make them. I buy all of these tracks, you know, even though they're free, you can get them on Beatport, I think it is. And I always buy the tracks because I want to support the artists who created them. But man, like it's hard to listen to, like, even if it's 50 songs, 150 songs, we get tired of it a little bit. I'm sure those of you who watch the stream all the time have probably heard these tracks hundreds of times each at this point, because I stream 6 hours a day. I get through this every day, you know, not 150, but it's 7 hours. Sometimes I do get through it every day. Yeah, if I'm going for a long stream, I might. So yeah, I don't know what I'm going to do with when it comes to music. Like, it feels like a really interesting opportunity to be able to collaborate with your audience as well. Like, if we had a Suno account and you guys were able to prompt things, and we had, like, I mean, there were moments of the week that we just had that became like little pieces of culture just because there was music about it. Like Adam the Pixel King, Mordoria makes me hornier, I Want to Be Tej, PHP bought me my Lambo, so I don't give a F. Those songs are in my brain for that event. I will always remember those tracks and associate them with being there and the experience we had together making that game. That's meaningful. That's cool, you know? That's not just like, you know, AI slop, brain rot stuff. That's like, we made memories, you know, with that stuff. And it made the stream better. So very hard for me as a creator to sort of contend with the ethics of AI. I mean, it is, of course it's still AI slop, but the way that we used it, I feel, was it created value in like a human way. Like it wasn't just something that was filling space, you know? It's very, yeah, as like a small little asterisk in the week, it was just something that struck me as an interesting experience that I thought was something that I will have to, it doesn't seem like that would go away. It feels like an opportunity that's left on the table if we don't engage with it. Yeah, I mean, that's something else we could talk about, is just like the environment and me in that environment. I will say, like, this space intimidates me for sure. Like, not Krasm. You know, as a creator, I am somebody who, as you know, I spend a lot of time here in like a chill way. Even right now, like the pace that the volume that I'm speaking at is a natural speaking volume for me. People in my normal day-to-day life tell me I mumble a lot. I'm lucky that I have a mic right in my face as we speak, because for me, if I don't do that, it's hard to hear me. So I enjoy chaos as much as anybody else when watching like clips and entertaining content. I like live stream fails. I like Twitch. I like antics. It's fun to consume. For me, I'll be honest, there were, for the first 3 days or so, I was kind of thinking like, hey, am I contributing enough to the energy of this stream? Am I doing enough to sort of make it feel like it's fun and exciting for people to watch? And am I doing the right thing by focusing on the art? I think, when you have so many people in the room, it's hard to control what the tempo should feel like. Everyone brings their own energy to it. And I actually, by the end of it, was kind of happy and comfortable with my role. Like I said, we've done this before. Second time around, I kind of felt like I am the artist here. That's my role. People like watching me produce the art. It's entertaining for them to watch. So if I'm just enjoying myself that way, producing the art, making something interesting to look at on stream, like that can be enough. And once I felt like that, I think it was the energy was at least for me, I was able to just relax a lot more and enjoy myself. They're also these people are great internet personalities. They are, all of them. I was super impressed by everybody. It's really hard to be Began is incredible. How he can be on every minute of the day. He has the thoughts and words spilling out of his head are like funny, interesting, like little morsels constantly. For me, if I'm in a room full of people, it's hard for me to be witty like that, One-on-one, I'm a little better, or just here on the stream, I can try to be more whatever, like a presenterly, but everyone on the stream I felt like was really capable as personalities, as presenters, and I respect that so much for them. It's something that I struggle with for sure. So like I said, it was cool once I felt like I was more comfortable in my role, I was more comfortable just being myself, and I think as time went on, it became something that I was reflecting more about how this relates back to me as a content creator and as a director, as an artist who's making my game. What is my role on the internet? What should I be doing and shooting for when it comes to my personality? As it's ugly to think about, but to an extent, I have a brand, and that brand is something that, to some extent, we have an audience. There are people who tune in to me for me, and there are things that make Adam what he is that if I wasn't those things, I wouldn't have been in that seat. I wouldn't have been able to sit there for a week producing. I don't know how many assets were in the game, but by the end, we had done hundreds of sprites. I made a lot of stuff. I made so much stuff, they didn't get all the stuff in by the time the game was finished. So again, there was a moment that I had to sort of remind myself. I had to continually remind myself. I still have to remind myself that hey, Adam, the thing that you do on the stream is exciting to people. They find it interesting. Being able to make pixel art on the fly like this, just asset after asset, is exciting to look at. And it's exciting to have in a jam scenario, to have someone who can just produce assets like that is cool. And I guess it's rare. So thank you, David, on YouTube. David Holland on YouTube says your output was actually insane. Yeah, like I take that stuff for granted because I've been working solo for a long time. I do a lot of game jams. I expect that of myself just by virtue of, time in the saddle, as Prime would say. It's just how I work. But for people watching, like, that's novel. That's interesting. It's exciting. I was very proud of like some of the assets I produced kind of later in the stream, like the tortoise I thought was really cool. The orc chief, the tile set I think was great by the end of it. I was so happy with how the game looked. Some of the card art came together in a really, really, I don't know, just like, it just, some of the cards look like really legit, There were a few of them where I looked at it and I was like, oh wow, like that's like a card from like a card game. And I can tell what it is. I can tell what it does just by looking at it. It's exciting, I was proud, really, I'm really proud of the outcome. A lot of the design too, like, hey, Nightshade, thank you so much. There was one night where we had a completely different HUD to this HUD. And within like 2 hours, we had Began sitting in there going, I can't design levels like this. He's like, there's not enough height vertically for me to place the tiles in the space. There's not, because basically what happened was there was effectively like a dead zone above and below, like these, basically where these tiles are now, where we couldn't let the player place tiles because we had cards there, we had stuff like that. And we also had like the gear was across the top of the screen. We had, the HUD was quite large. Like there were just lots of little bits and pieces that were getting in the way of being able to do level design. And in a span of like maybe an hour and a half to 2 hours, we'd completely rationalized how this layout should look. And I feel like where we ended on it was like a really strong design. Just I was quite proud personally of being able to flex not only my art skills, but my ability to like rationalize what we needed to do, keep my head, not overscope, provide good input that helped nudge the game towards something that made sense. To me, that was a huge win for me. And I don't know how clear that was watching it. Like, I don't know if that was something that was obvious to viewers or will be something that's remembered at all. It's like totally, it's not, it doesn't matter if that stuff comes through. But for me personally, it felt really good. It felt really good. Let me see if I can find it. Maybe like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Maybe that's 4 days ago. If we check this VOD. Yeah, here's where we were. Thank you, Mr. Yeah, like this layout was rough. Like I didn't design this. This was kind of just vibed in. The cards floating over the level like this, all the buttons being everywhere. Like the speed up button was up here. This is actually, I'd already started doing some reworks on this. Having just like stuff everywhere was, you know, not amazing. But there was a point where actually this is the VOD. This is the start of it. I'm actually doing it right here. In fact, this must be the conversation.
3, you could probably get away with them.
Yeah, this is literally us talking about it. Being like, hey, how can we fix this? You know, it was a fun exercise to see. You know, normally when I'm working on games, it's me who I have to rationalize things with. You know, if it's like a decision that I made in the past versus a decision that I want to make in the future, and I just have to like be okay with myself. Whereas here, you know, we have the team, everyone's got different interests. Began wants more screen real estate. TJ wants to keep things as, I guess, visually logical as possible. And of course, like I have my own stakes and interests as a UX designer and as an artist, where like I want things to have a consistent style and texture, and I want things to be grouped in logical ways. How much screen real estate do we need for the discard pile? How do we allocate the right amount of space for the gear? Can you hover the gear at runtime, like when the game's playing? Does it hide away? Does it? All that stuff is, you know, it's stuff that you can. Most players can come up with ideas on how things, I guess, could be.
Listen.
But being able to evaluate those things and say, hey, like, I think it should be this way because this will give us the best chance at meeting all of our needs at the same time. That's much harder to do. And I surprised myself with the confidence that I had to do that, to like think about where we were at and what kind of solutions. And of course, actually, big credit. Prime and TJ surprised me. They are both quite capable designers in their own right. Like a lot of Prime's intuitions about how to do this upgrade thing were spot on. I felt like there was a point where we had Prime and TJ fighting over how spreadsheety the game needed to be. Like, this is peak TJ, where it's like 5 + 2 × 1 × 2 = 7 or whatever. This is hard to grasp when the game's playing. And Prime's intuition to go into bullet time and show fewer numbers was really good. It changed the game significantly. I don't know if many of you, I don't know if it's playable. I left, but where we ended up with this was really nice. Like, I mean, we probably ended up on the optimal solution, in my opinion, just in terms of like how upgrades work and how the amount of information that you digest as a player. Very good. I was very, very happy with that kind of stuff. Let me see if it shows up here. We might actually not be able to see it because of, yeah, that. I don't think we, this little guy here. Oh, dude, I was so happy with that design. I thought it was so good. So many things that I would change. For sure, like without question. But with the things that we put energy into and time into, getting some of those solutions solved was I must have made a big mistake there. Or is that me singing Towers of Mordoria? Maybe that was Towers of Mordoria. Dude, I was not good at this game for a while. It was also not balanced. It was not designed to be a game you could be good at for a long time. Dude, there was the most actually insane level design tool. The most insane level design tool design choice was having the enemies be scoped in terms of damage. So like what we were doing was we were saying, I did not take any part in this design choice. Okay, so this was not me. I think this was vibe coded, or I don't know who designed this, but the idea was like, okay, here's level 1, and we want in level 1, wave 1 is 3,000 damage, right? And the player has to contend with 3,000 damage. 3,000 damage in the currency of bats. That's how it was designed. Nope. There we go. That's a bat. So like 3,000 damages worth of bats. Okay, but the problem is bats do like 10 damage. So now you have to do 300 bats in the level. And the level, like the wave scheduler was something like, let's make an enemy every 1 second. Okay, there's nowhere in this layout that tells you that this, because you didn't see this at the time, this is going to take 300 seconds for the player to play. This is 5 minutes of standing around waiting for the bats to die. And so there was a time when we were playing the game, and like Rox and myself were both doing a run, and like we were both sitting there just waiting for the level to clear at full 4x speed or 8x speed, 16 I think it was at the end. And it's like, it's just, there's no way we can make this go faster because the level spawner is designed this way. So this is just, that was a poor design decision. I was not involved in it at all. This should be how many bats. It should be, this is wave 1, I want 30 bats. Now you tell me how much damage that is. Right? You can calculate that. You can say, oh, that's 3,000 damage or whatever if there's 30 bats. But that always makes this a reasonable number because that's what you're entering into the system. If you have to say how much damage you want and you don't know how much damage one of the enemy units does, now there's like this wishy-washy, unresolved thing. I'll be honest, I don't know what happened at the end. So I guess to like, well, if we're doing this recap, what else have I not said? So I've talked about who I met. I've talked about the week. I should also say, obviously, like massive shout out to Lindsay, who was helping us out with just organizing the whole event, making sure that the fridge was stocked and the place was, clean and all that. She really made the whole week an amazing experience because when everyone else is focusing on computers, they're not focusing on where they're putting their drinks and, how much toilet paper is left in the bathrooms. So yeah, Lindsay kept the tower actually running. MVP there. So outside of all that, I mean, my experience, like day to day, like I was just crashing. How's Lindsay related? Lindsay is Began's partner. So they're together. So yeah, like my experience, like, I was waking up midday, going to bed way after midnight, like 6 a.m. I was actually walking home and the sun was coming up most nights. Luckily at the hotel, we were able to like fully shut out the blinds. So I was sleeping okay most of the nights. What else can I say? At the very end, like the team did not know how to build a Love 2D project. And I think this happens literally, I would say like every single time. And even sometimes when I do use Unity, but every single time I don't use Unity in a game jam, building the game at the end of the jam is like somehow one of the most like ridiculously impossible things, because what happens is you don't read the user manual for how to publish the game, right? You read the user manual for how to like build stuff in the game, and you never get to the part where you export something because you don't have anything to export at the start of the jam. So by the time the jam is ending, you've got like you're budgeting your time based on minutes to launch, but you don't factor in how to launch. So, I mean, on one hand, Love 2D games should be really easy to build. And I'm pretty sure the bundling process is like, it's literally, I think you just zip it up and you press a button or something. It's not complicated, but we couldn't figure it out in the moment. Hey, Evan, thank you so much for the raid. How you doing? So the real problem is that TJ and Prime, by the end, by 5 p.m. on Monday, they were toast. Like TJ, genuinely, like I really mean this, I have never seen another human being operate so professionally, and so he was nice and amicable and in control and productive on so little sleep the whole week. Like every single night he went to bed after me, and every single day he was in before me. I don't know how, because I was sleeping sort of enough, but not that much. Like by the end, I was pretty tired. Tej was incredible. And I mean, by the time 5 o'clock rolled around, as soon as it was like, hey, let's like build this thing, there was a moment where TJ walked off the camera, like right at the end. He dropped onto one of the couches on the other side of the room and was just gone. It was like, he was just like, it's over. So I think that at a certain point, you know, you have to be real about like why we are making this. Like, I know that Prime and TJ love this game. I know that they're really excited to release it as a thing. And there was I think that the reality of like, okay, like we might be able to launch this by the end of the week, but it's not going to be finished at the end of the week. Like we're going to keep tinkering on it. We're going to keep adding to it. And it's deep enough that I think they both, Prime and TJ, both are excited to keep working on it. But that moment of, okay, it's 5 o'clock, we're done, is not significant in the grand scheme of things. Like we've made the content, we've streamed for like 7 days straight. We've got the footage, we've got the clips, we've done the stuff. Having people be able to play it in that moment, I mean, it would have been amazing. Like I personally would have loved to do a playthrough at the end with the team, or have people play it on, you know, somehow on stream or something like that. I think that would have been a significant moment for me as a game dev, but maybe not so much for the people watching. I'm not sure. You guys can let me know what you think in terms of like how valuable it is that the game was playable at the end, versus like, yeah, playable one day. Yeah. Hey, Dracu Loco. Thank you so much. It was a genuine pleasure spending the week with the team. Like it's the first time I went, it was a highlight of my year. And the second time I went, it was also the highlight of my year. So those are my two favorite weeks this year. Someone asked the question, what did we eat? So for those of you who watched the first week back in March, there was a chef called Chef Paul who was on stream at the very last day, and he cut up a big banquet for us. He had this huge chunk of meat he was sawing through with his big knife. He has a catering business, and both times we were essentially having catered meals come through. every single day. So they would do like a drop off in the morning of breakfast, lunch, and dinner for like 12 people. Like 12 portions of breakfast, lunch, and dinner were delivered every single day. And it was good food. Like it was, you know, proper meals, well thought out. It wasn't like just crap. It was like, you know, catering. And often like, you know, very like, what's the word? As a chef, it's clear that he's passionate about cuisine and not just like American food or like Western food. It was like, oh, today we're having Thai yellow curry with, you know, chicken and he had like the right vegetables in there and pretty authentic stuff, you know? So it was really cool. Obviously, it was also really cool that every meal was like microwavable. So whether it was like breakfast burritos or whatever, like being able to just take a box out of the fridge, whack it in the microwave for 3 minutes, and then have a nice hot meal that's like actually catered, it makes the whole thing super easy, right? Because you never have to you're not worrying about what do we order or where do we go for food or whatever. It was just like, I'm hungry, boop, there it is. And we had a lot of flavored sparkling mineral water on hand at all times. A lot of LaCroix and all that stuff. Yeah, it was good nutrition. That's what I'm trying to say. It was well portioned and stuff. Who was the guy drinking white wine in the recap videos? Oh, Artmat. Artmat is a friend of Began's, and the one who sounded Trash Dev. Oh yeah, Trash. He's I mean he's a streamer as well. I think he knows Prime directly. Trash is awesome. Yeah, Trash was drinking wine. Trash fell asleep with wine in one hand and Doritos in the other on like the first day. And so we ended up putting in gear in the game of wine and chips. And like the gear works better. It has like synergy when you use the wine and the chips at the same time. I think you can sell them both and make a bunch of money in game. So yeah. Trash is great. What else? Yeah, I was just saying about the meals. Like they were well portioned as well. Like they didn't have too much carbs in them. Like there was like a good mix of protein and nutrients and stuff. It wasn't just like whatever. Hey Anna, it's going great. I'm very tired. I just flew in from LA at 7 a.m. Today, coming back from streaming with the Primogen for a week. We had a big event where we were making a tower defense game in a week, and I think it went really well. And now I'm just kind of doing a debrief. Today I wanted to do a bit more thinking about next week. Maybe we'll get onto that in a little bit. Who was the guy drinking white wine? Who was the guy that showed up at the last day? That's Roxy, I think, or I don't know if it's Roxy or just Rox. I think it might just be Rox. He was there on the first stream. I don't know much about him. Like we've met before, but I don't know much about his content or just Rox, ROX. He is cool. He's a funny guy. I feel like I would love to there was a couple times where I was kind of clocking like who played Smash Brothers and who doesn't. And there was a moment where like on one of the nights I was like, hey Ben, you play Smash? He's like, what? Why would you say that? I was like, I just got a feeling, dude. I'm a big Smash Brothers fan, and I feel like of the crew, those who played Smash, I feel like it would be great to do some sort of collab where I don't know if we have to build something or we make a Smash Brothers game. I've done that before, or just play. Like I'd love to meet them in that world, in that context. Cause I don't know. it's a fun environment to be in. Especially like knowing that, like, I'm from Australia, we have a Smash scene, but like knowing that Krasm is like from New York, like I'd love to go to a local in New York, you know, and get O2'd or wherever. I'd love to go. Actually, I would love to go to like the Big House or like one of those big majors one day. Just be around a lot of people playing Smash Brothers. Not for the smell, but for the atmosphere. I have been to a Smash Brothers tournament before. It did not smell good. But I like that community a lot. I did not sleep the whole way back. No, I slept like 5 hours. It's a 14-hour flight. Sometimes 12 if the wind is good. And I slept for like 5 or 6 hours of it. And not great either. I had it was sort of crowded on the plane. So I'm super tired. I'm trying to keep my sleep schedule. I had a bit of a nap a little earlier, but like I'm trying to go to sleep when I normally would, because otherwise I'm going to be all screwed up. And I got a big next few days ahead of me. So yeah, there you go. Any other questions? I think I summarized my experience pretty well. It did take me like over an hour to do it though. Oh. Dude, staring at the hardest thing was we had really, in order to make this shot work, if you can see this right now. So it was full daylight outside, right? And it's bright. And if you have a camera pointed at people with windows behind them, the shot gets blown out to crap. So everyone just becomes a black silhouette on a white background when you have windows like that. So in order to counter that, we had to have these big, like, I think they were El Gato or something, studio lights, big LEDs pointed at our faces the whole time. And I tell you what, trying to do pixel art with monitor glare behind you, like full daylight at the screen and then LED full in your face, is such a challenge, dude. Whenever we turned off those LEDs, I could literally feel my eye muscles relax, like instantly. It was like, oh. But in the moment, you sort of don't think about it because it's kind of a passive thing, right? There's just a lot going on, lots of noises and sounds, and you kind of just are working. Dude, those LEDs were so strong. The lighting was just hard. That's the one thing about the tower that wasn't crazy about. Which is why Night Crew was so good, because I could actually get work done. Although some of my designs were really dark. Any of the designs, the backgrounds that I did at night, in the day, you just couldn't see them. Rob the Firekeep says, will there be another tower? I don't know. You'll have to check in with Teach and Prime on that one. I got the sense that they wanted to do something different next, though. It seemed like something different in the future would be just more, I guess, just like keep it interesting. But I don't know. They might do more. They might do more Mordoria stuff. I'm sure that's going to happen. But in terms of like at the tower, I don't know if that will be where we choose to go next. I feel like once you do something twice, people get kind of over familiar with it and it's not as novel anymore. And I think a lot of their content, when you're doing a live event, you know, you want people to be excited about the new things you're doing. So I could see them doing something different in a different location next. But I think whatever it is, I will be involved. Like if they do something else and they need pixel art, I'll be there. Because for me, it was a great opportunity. Like, kind of impossible to turn down. So, and also like, they're amazing people and I like to spend time with them. Like, Teach and Prime and and Began and Low Level, and obviously everybody, but that core team, like, they're my friends now. You know, we're friends. So being able to just chill with them, like, dude, I had there were a couple of moments. Oh, I'll answer that too, Default Gnome. The wish list count did go up. Yes, huge bump. We almost doubled the wish list count. We were at like 4.7K or something like that before I left. And we're almost at like 8K now. 7K, something like that. I don't have the numbers right here, but multiple thousand wish lists came through over the week. Which is awesome. Who knew? You just spam AI generated music telling people to wish list and they'll do it eventually. Yeah. So I was talking about, like 2 big moments for me that were really, really cool. Like just as an experience thing. One was getting to draw SFAND meeting Defy was so cool. That little moment, I don't know how many of you guys kind of caught that, but there was a moment on one of the days that was so special. It was like so rare that this thing happened. I don't know how we I don't know what the odds are of something like this happening, but this moment was like, basically, I mean, you could watch the VOD of this. There's a vlog where we kind of explain it, but I want to explain it to you because I'm here right now. So we're showing SFAN the credits sequence of the game, which is this dumb Star Wars title crawl thing that's impossible to read. The names start tiny and they go huge by the top. Where we'd like pause the game or something. I can't remember what was happening, but SFAN was talking to Prime about something random and spots out of the corner of his eye the name like something like Professional Florida Man, I think is the name. He's like, who is Professional Florida Man? And we were like, oh, that's Defy. He's just sitting over there. And SFAN goes, that username, Professional Florida Man, has been a follower of my channel for like 6 years. And he's been watching my content forever and he's subbed to me and blah, blah, blah. SFAN would have thousands of people who watch his content. And he was able to clock out of the corner of his eye a username that he recognized. And not only did he recognize the username, Defy was in the room. He was right there. Like, we were like, yeah, that's him. And so they met like on the stream, totally circumstantial, like total coincidence. You literally couldn't plan it. I don't know what the odds are of that happening, but I got to make a card about it in the game called An Unlikely Meeting, which was really cool. So that moment for me was like a big highlight. Three highlights. First highlight, this. Second highlight, sitting next to Casey Muratori, giving a lecture to TJ about animation systems. That was huge for me. I was geeking out so hard during that session. I don't know if it's going to be here in the video, but oh my God, that moment was like, I was watching like worlds collide in my mind. This is I think this was the stuff he was writing. It was just like, that was a huge moment for me. Just like point of validation, getting to like hear somebody. Hey, Armadon, thank you so much for the sub. Being Bob Ross was fun too. That was a good moment. But getting to experience this moment of like, hey, these are two people who I respect massively for their technical abilities as software engineers. I respect the crap out of TJ and I respect the crap out of Casey. and they're discussing subject matter that I am passionate about, but that I have no reference on. I'm not educated in animation systems. I broadly understand them based on like linear editors that I've used and code that I've written and stuff that I've like plugins I've used over the years. But like for Insignia, I authored an animation system that was essentially exactly what Casey was describing. So having someone you look up to, who you know is an authority on the matter, teach someone else the same technique you use was so validating, dude. That felt so good. So that was awesome. And the third moment for me that was like really like a real highlight was being able to give Prime the surprise of having a custom card in the game based on artwork that his son created a few months ago. Like Lindsay messaged me 2 months ago saying, hey, Prime shared with us a drawing that his son did, and I think it would make a great card for the game. Would you, as a surprise to Prime, put it in the game? And I was like, yeah, of course, no problem. And it was this really cool drawing that I think was drawn with like mud and sticks. Like it's like he drew it like with like pond water and stuff. It was kind of this like splotchy watercolor sketch of like a zombie knight, like a KNIGHT, climbing out of like a swamp or like being half in the dirt or something like that. And I thought it was like a really cool drawing. And he's like 8 or 9 years old, I think. He's quite young. And being able to, like, I basically did a faithful render of it, like in pixel art, but like as close to the original as I could. And seeing Prime's reaction, I don't actually think it's in the vlog. Seeing Prime's reaction to that was so nice to experience. Like he was crying in the corner of the room. Like he walked off screen, he had tears in his eyes, and he actually tried to come back on stream like twice and like was still choked up, so he went back off stream again. It was really there it is. Yeah, here we go. Sick. Like being able to facilitate that, being able to be a part of that was like, holy moly, so special for me. That's the card there, dude. Like I was obviously a very small part of it because it's like it's his son's drawing. It's impactful for him because you know, it's obviously he spent a week away from his kids. All of this is for them. I was tearing up. I'm tearing up right now. It was just like a really nice moment that made the whole event for me feel totally worth it. Because it was like, oh yeah, like Prime gave us this event. Prime and TJ obviously, but you know, it's Prime's channel. He was able to give us all this opportunity to come here and do this. And we're all away from our families. And even just in terms of like what games are about, like why do we make games? It's to express ourselves and communicate with people and allow them to come into our world. And so having a part of his world kind of in this game that we're making, it just sort of like tied a lot of stuff together. And I felt like, for me, very validated as an artist and just as a team member to be like part of that. It was really nice. So big highlight. You know, it's why I do this stuff. You know, it's to be to sort of like try and contribute something positive and surprising and creative to color people's lives. Like that's why I make games. So again, I have very little to do with this moment, but to be here was cool. Yeah. Dude, are you seeing the recommendations on this? There's so much drama baiting on my recommendations list. I don't watch anything on this channel. This is mostly just my streaming channel. But geez, very toasty recommendations list. So that's, I think, all I have to say about my LA experience with our second week of streaming Towers of Mordoria. Towers of Mordoria. It was awesome. And I hope you guys enjoyed it. I will do my best going forward. I sort of, for better or worse, like no matter what happens for me, being in those environments and getting to be a part of something like that, it like affects my brain chemistry. Like it makes me want to collaborate more. It puts me in a mental space where I feel like, man, for my content, for my vision as an artist, as a creator, as a director, you know, there's stuff that I would want to do and that I should be doing more of, whether it's collaborating with other creators or just bringing a little bit more life back into the stream. I think I have a little bit more to give as a content creator, a little bit. Not. I'm never going to be the Primogen, but it's cool to have more culture in the stream. It's something that genuinely is probably only really possible if you have a budget. Like you have to be able to invest in your stream to do that, and have people putting their energy into it as well. That's the only way it becomes bigger than itself, because otherwise you're having to split your own attention to create that stuff. And earlier on in the lifetime of my content channels, like we've done jams in the past, we've done special events. It was very hard to justify continuing to do those things when I was trying to just make my game. But I think, you know, this stuff always, it rebalances your priorities. Yeah. So that's where I'm at. David Holland on YouTube says, how much does this make you want to have an in-person game studio? I've always wanted to have an in-person game studio. That's a big goal of mine, is to be a director of a big studio. Not big, but like bigger. Like 20 people would be great. I have this dream. Every day I feel like I am closer to the path. I'm walking the path that leads me to that dream. And every day I'm noticing that path branch and converge. And it feels like my opportunities are growing over time. And I can see it become easier. I can see the way becoming clearer for me to do the things that I want to do as my effort is more recognized on the internet, as I produce more content, as the game becomes more solid as a piece of media, you know, something people can actually watch and be interested in. Yeah, like, of course I want to make a studio, and I think we're going to get there one day. I no longer really think about my goals as ifs. It's more like whens. You know, it's like things are happening for me and they're going to keep happening, and I'm happy to. The best way that I can be able to take advantage of those opportunities is to be open to them. And thinking about life in terms of, I wonder if I'll ever, is very passive, you know, or, you know, will life give me this opportunity? It's more like, no, I'm going to make this happen, and I'm going to have the confidence to be present and ready for it when it does, so that I can take advantage of it and not be distracted by my own insecurities or my, fears or whatever. So yeah, being in this environment helps a lot. Like, it's so crazy. And you know what? If it doesn't work out, again, it might not work out today. It might not work out tomorrow. It might not work out this year. It might not work out next year. But every year, like, things grow. So the opportunities that I have, I literally, like, let me show you something. Let me tell you something. I created this document, I want to say earlier this year. It might have been January this year. Okay. Okay. See this list? This list was my absolute all-time hit list of publishers that I would want to be reaching out to or connected to in some way on the road to Insignia's release. Like, hopefully, maybe, best case scenario, we might be able to, get into some sort of a conversation with some of these publishers. I can confirm that, like, at least 1, 2, I don't know if this is a good fit anymore, 3, 4, like 4 of these are like totally, like, I have meetings in my calendar, like, locked in with these publishers. So like, it's not an if, it's a when, I think that's the mindset you kind of have to have. Because, yeah, 2 years ago, no chance. 6 months ago, almost no chance. But if you persist in the environment, it's not just a, like, crazy self-belief thing. It's actually the longer you stay in the game with this kind of stuff and make moves, the longer you out-survive the people who aren't staying in the game. Like, I'm at a place where, yeah, I have the confidence to talk about my game this way because I've been doing this for so long, because I've been meeting publishers and I've been having these conversations and I've been doing this for, like, now over a year. There are still limits to my experience. There are still, things that I'm going to have to overcome and risks that I'm going to have to take and mistakes that I'm going to make, and that's fine. But it's not people make the mistake, I think, of thinking about their lives as a big dice roll and looking at statistically, hey, what are the odds that my first indie game's ever going to be in this position to be published by these kinds of, publishers or whatever. If you just think about the odds, like, yeah, you would just never do anything, right? You have to be, if you're intentional about the steps that you make, your odds increase dramatically, especially if you allow for more time. Like, what are the odds that someone who has spent 8 years on a project and hasn't crashed out on the project, is making forward steps? Each of the steps, the odds of getting those is much, much more likely. So you can take a thing that might feel like, a 1 in 1 million thing, and you can say, hang on, this 1 in 1 million thing for a company that has done this, or for a team that's done this, actually is only a 1 in 100 thing. And actually, this company is that might feel like being that company is like a one in 10,000. Okay, but in order to be this company, there's actually something that you can do that gets you there that is only really like a 1 in 30 thing. Like getting grant funding for my game put me in a position to hire a team, which let me get to the point where I could be in this crazy position. It literally just came from, I'm a content creator, which means I can put a good pitch together. I've been working on my game for a long time. The game is good because I've put a lot of time into it. Therefore, it's easier to get funding from the government. Therefore, it's easier to put a team together and validate my directorial skills, production skills, or whatever. And now, a year and a half later, okay, now you have like a genuinely, viable game studio that's making an interesting product, and it's worth having those conversations. But if you think about this moment as someone who's just starting out, who hasn't even done anything yet, yeah, like, of course, that's not, you're here, you haven't done anything. But that's time, you can get there with time. So I'm trying to become more I'm trying to adopt the mindset of someone who is walking this path and who has been walking this path for some time now. So we talked a little bit earlier, and I actually literally just closed the file. Earlier on in the stream, we were talking about my prospects. And I think one of the things that I'm hoping arms me very well to have these conversations with publishers is it might not even be the best option for me to take a publisher. Like, I'm not in a position where I need a publisher to fund the game. That's not the position we're in anymore. It used to be. I thought for a long time that we would have to be in that position where it's like, well, we have to get publishing funds at some point. Now it's like, well, not necessarily. Like, maybe we could make this happen ourselves. Or we collaborate, or we sign a contract with someone much smaller, someone scrappier, maybe content creation, or we do a Kickstarter or whatever. There are lots of opportunities that are, especially with 6 months from now, we're on track to be finished with chapter 2. So now you've only got 2/3 of the game left to fund, and you've already got the workflows. It's like, okay, the amount that we need is getting smaller, and our ability to fill that ourselves is getting bigger. So there's this kind of weird tipping point where, well, maybe I don't need a giant publishing deal anyway. I was having a really solid chat with TJ in the tower back in LA a couple of days ago about exits. I think he'll be comfortable with me telling you this. He's had some experience with startups, and I was mentioning to him some of the prospects that are ahead of me, and I was asking for his advice. This is a one-on-one off stream. And he emphasized to me how important it was to have a good exit, and how that was more important than having a lot of funding. Like, ahead of me are many paths. Some of those paths have a lot of funding behind them, but I get no control over what I'm doing day to day. And I'm inundated and unable to work on the game directly because I have to direct other people to work on the game so that it gets finished in like 12 months instead of 18, or 12 months instead of 24. That might not be beneficial for me as a person. It mightn't lead to the game being what I want it to be. Even if the game gets a lot of money and gets released, like, it mightn't be quality. It might be diluted. If tomorrow someone said, Adam, I want you to hire 20 people, there's a limit to how many people I can onboard into this project and have them produce stuff that's consistent with what I would want them to produce to get the game done. You can't just throw $1 million at me and get the game, 10 times faster. So yeah, like, talking to publishers, I would be totally fine if I walked out of those conversations feeling like there really just wasn't a great opportunity there for me. That would be fine. And I think I'm coming onto the stream today. I was like, while I was in LA, I was in this great headspace where I was thinking to myself, it doesn't matter what you do between now and going to Melbourne on Sunday. It doesn't matter. You've done the work. You could update your pitch deck, fine. You could practice it, fine. It doesn't matter what you do, because you've already done the work. And what matters is that you're just present in the conversations and able to just like engage properly as a person with these people. When I got here, back in my house, you know, you context switch back into your environment, and immediately I was thinking, I have to prepare. And again, yes, I should be preparing, and that's fine, and I will. That's what I'm doing the next 3 or 4 days. But ultimately, it's okay. Like, I don't have full control over every minute of my life anyway, and opportunities come and go in ways that I can't predict. And none of these experiences, doors don't close, you know? If you don't walk through them, they don't always close. If you make a good contact, you make a good relationship, hey, maybe later it makes sense to do something. You know, you don't have to think about life as a series of, you know, opening and shutting doors that just the whole time. It's like, hey, you're doing something cool. Now's not the right time. Let's chat again in 6 months. Nothing wrong with that. So I feel this is something like I'm trying desperately to hold on to this feeling. It's a really, it's like, I think being away from the game helped me a lot this last week. It helped me so much to not be able to touch Insignia for 9 days. A lot. Because it meant what was happening around me was like, I was getting a lot of recognition for my work. Again, I said this earlier on in the stream, but like, people are impressed with what I'm doing, partially because of what they've seen of me as a person and what they've seen me produce on camera or on stream or whatever. They've seen gameplay footage. That stuff exists already. Like, I don't have to prove that again. It's just here now, it's done. So I don't have to, when I'm introducing myself to people, I don't have to prove that there's like a reason to believe in me as much as I might feel the need to, because it's here, like I'm doing it. So there's a layer of like recognition that I am very grateful that I can take advantage of it. Yeah. Have you considered that you yourself are the brand? Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I've been aware of that for a long time. I've not been comfortable with it the whole time, but I am becoming more comfortable with the prospect of just the fact that I am the brand, and that's how it is. Like, you can't escape that. In a way, it's been intentional. Like my YouTube channel is my name. It's Adam C. Yunus, right? It's not Indie Tales. So there was always a little bit of that, but I think there's a level of acceptance as well that like, hey, this is my brand and it's good enough. Like, it's not just something that I don't have to like be something different to get people's attention. The brand is right now working. It's doing what it needs to do. So I can just show up and be confident and be present. And, you know, another thing that I've noticed about myself, you know, because I stream one-on-one with you guys, right? I'm streaming here in a room by myself and I'm talking to you. And I can get very in my own head about how I communicate. But I've noticed multiple times in the last week where I'm talking to someone, just chatting away, and I'm like, how am I coming across to this person right now? And it's only, I think it's because I was in a room full of content creators that I was able to like notice this about myself, that like, if I just relax and speak naturally about the things that I am passionate about with people, it's good enough. It's good. Like I come across well. I come across okay. You guys don't know this about me. Well, you might. You know it about me because I say it, but like, I can be a very anxious person. I can be very unconfident. I have a lot of imposter syndrome. And spending time away from people, like not touching grass and being in the room fixated for a long time, it throws off your perspective about who you are and how people see you. So like just getting out there and being with people, it's like, oh, like I'm not unlikable. I know that's stupid to say, but like I really sometimes feel like I am unlikable. Again, I know how stupid that is to say, but it's just a feeling thing. Pantera Heat says, I want to ask something on content creation. What do you think when YouTube content is not directly related with the game a dev will develop? Like playing modern games, but developing a pixel game. Can this be worthwhile? Is it beneficial? I experience that a lot with my content because not in the same way, but my content is pixel art content about tutorials, but my game is a game. So like if I have a big audience of people who like tutorials, does that equal players? There's not necessarily an overlap there. I think that you should do what makes you comfortable. If you really, really, really care about having an intentional brand, if you really care about that, then maybe, yeah, I would say like playing games and building an audience around playing games is not it's not going to be a huge boost. Like if you do the same thing as what you're making and you consume the same content as you're producing, your audience will be much more, compact. But with content creation, like if you're doing well, it's more about just the mass of everything. Like Prime, he was playing games on his stream for ages, switched to making content, doing code and stuff. Somehow over, the COVID and stuff like that, stream blew up and it's like, well, now he gets to make content about software development and whatever in that scope. And he gets to make a game in a water tower and people watch that too. So just, in the grand scheme of things, having a big audience is important. And yes, to some extent, overlapping your content so that it's not too different is helpful, but ultimately just size matters. Fivenax says, I really wanted you to be more confident about game dev in general in Mordoria's development. You were very art focused, which you were brought on as an artist, but your knowledge in UX UI specifically and game dev in general should have been shown more IMO. I understand it requires a lot of confidence though, just to bring it up. I will say this, Fivenax. One thing that I think is very important when you're collaborating with people is, at least in my estimation, I don't know if everyone else here would agree with this, but I think that supporting somebody else's vision is important. Like Prime and TJ, they had their ideas about what they wanted the game to be. And I had no issues pushing back on certain things. There were lots of times where I said, I don't think this is going to work. Maybe it wasn't obvious because I wasn't always mic'd up, but there were plenty of times where I would say, this is going to be a challenge. Like you're going to struggle with this. And I wouldn't frame it as don't do this or you have to do it this way. I would frame it as I understand that you want to do this. This is the effect that it will have on the play experience. To me, I actually am quite happy with my confidence in being able to say that. But it's also really important to recognize that like I'm just one guy and it's not my game and these aren't my monkeys and this is not my circus, you know, like to an extent, my role was I'm not brought on to be the director of that game. I was brought on to be an artist and to an extent a subject matter expert on games, but it's their game and it's not really my place to be like telling people do this or don't do that. And you know what? Like I value everyone's experience as well. Like I knew for tower defense, it's not my genre. I don't know that genre very well. So there are things that I would have done that probably might have been a mistake UX wise, you know? Like if you don't play those games, how can you say how much information the player should be able to digest? Or another thing that I noticed a lot, actually, this is something that I have these little conversations in my head, right? Ongoing conversations about game design, perspectives that I mold and shape as I get experience. One of those conversations is about the value of essentially copying design versus being able to navigate design. Those are two different things, right? If you are making a card game and you model it off of Balatro or you model it off of Slay the Spire, you get the automatic value of all of the design decisions that those games had put into them, right? So like if I'm just making a Balatro clone, I don't have to solve any problems. I just make the thing that I see, right? So thinking about the balance of planet cards versus, you know, or the scoring patterns of straights versus flushes, stuff like that. How a seeded system should randomize different aspects of the game, but keep them separate in terms of how the seed affects them in seeded runs, stuff like that. If you build that stuff from scratch, it's really hard to have an intuition about how it should be, right? You have to playtest it to know how it should be. And if you're building a game and you're referencing somebody else's design decisions, assuming that they fit one-to-one inside of your project, hey, like someone who's played certain games and knows what works because they've played those games is going to have a better chance of having a valuable, correct perspective about the UX implication compared to someone who has no experience in the genre but just knows good design principles. Like it helps me a lot to have those design principles. It's great for me to be able to say, hey, I don't think this is going to be clear to the player. Hey, I don't think that the player will want to look at this part of the screen because their attention is here or there. Sure, I have that experience, but like knowing how often you should be able to discard or what would be a good way of playing cards onto the screen. Like, I have my experience playing Balatro, but like I don't play a lot of these games. So, you know, a lot of the time TJ would suggest a feature to me. Hey, I want to build this. Can you do it like this? My intuition would be like, is that right? Like there were times when, for example, we had, let me see if I can bring up some gameplay. At one point, we had this down here, right? This is the draw pile, burn pile, and discard pile. Actually, the way I designed it, the discard should be above the exhaust pile. But previously, they had draw here and then exhaust and discard here. And in my first intuition, it was like, why would you do that? Like these are all the cards things. Like this is the stuff about your deck. Why would they be on opposite sides of the screen? They're related, right? But then TJ said, oh, well, that's how they do it in Slay the Spire. And it's like, immediately I lose that debate as someone who's trying to have like a stake in the design conversation, because I didn't make Slay the Spire. Slay the Spire is a very successful game. So like, it's not really something where I feel in that environment, it's not even worth trying to argue because it doesn't, one, it obviously isn't something that stopped Slay the Spire from being a good game. So it's not going to stop our game from being a good game. Now, ultimately, yeah, they all got grouped together. But in that moment, like, I'm happy to just defer to other people's wisdom because they have more genre experience than I do. You know, that's more valuable. Like, I'm just guessing. If I haven't played a game like that before, again, I'm working on principles. I think learning principles and having good intuition is super valuable if you like making original things, but I don't think that you need to be making original things to reach people. That's the innovation in my brain. That's the new novel thing that's changed about how I think about game dev sort of more recently, is originality is great, but it's actually not like a bottlenecking feature of having people play an engaging and exciting experience. And being able to reference good game design is super valuable if you're just trying to reach people, because that game design already works. The people already like that. So why are you trying to reinvent the wheel? Yeah. I like reinventing the wheel because I'm interested in that stuff, but it's not necessarily going to correlate one-to-one with a marketable, playable experience. So again, I try to defer it there. I'll read what you said, Five Knacks. About not showing all your sides, I feel like the majority of the audience came out with the understanding that you're basically an artist who does some game dev. Not to bring down a little more like Thomas Brush. Not to bring down, but a little more like Thomas Brush, which is great in his own or other aspects. But while I feel like you know a lot more about other aspects that weren't shown, I understand supporting others, but the truth is you're a content creator and the audience should know what you have to offer. And I think that you should push forward without being annoying as much as possible. Yeah, I mean, that's a perfectly valid criticism. Hey, Thesis 500, how's it going? Yeah, I mean, like, the thing is, how do I put this? In that environment, you have so many personalities that just by the nature of the thing, people get given a label. So for me, yes, I produce art. Yes, I am a designer and an engineer as well, or a software developer, or whatever you want to call it, programmer. And I think I have a lot to offer in all of those areas, but you only really have space for one label in that environment. Like, I was producing the art, I was there as the artist, Adam's the artist. It would be, I think, almost a little bit greedy for me to try and express myself as something more than that, just for the sake of having chat understand, like, that I know how to code or whatever. Like, I know that it would have been good in terms of, like, just, that's a valuable thing to have people know what I do and what I'm about and that kind of thing, that I'm more than just an artist. But in that environment, it probably would have required me to behave in such a way that I'm not really comfortable behaving in, just for the sake of being a better advertisement for my skills, if you know what I mean. And maybe that's me being too humble. It's possible. I'm a pretty humble person. I try not to overstep. Like, I have so much respect. The other thing that you should understand is, like, I was paid to be there. Like, I was paid to be there. I got to spend a whole week with friends that I like. I got to show my game on stream to very big YouTubers. Like, hey, I got lots out of this event. I don't need to be also, like, trying to, like, self-promote as hard as I can. Yeah. But I also, like, you know, I was thinking about this myself, like, hey, like, should I have been less, like, should I have tried less hard on the art? Like, maybe it would have been a more fun stream if I was, like, a little more invested in what we were talking about and making more remarks and being just more fun. I try not to be too judgmental about myself in that regard. Like, I liked doing the art. It was fun. People liked watching it. Like, at a certain point, like, if you want to min-max like how you behave around people, sure, but I think I'm just learning to just be okay with what I do and my choices and what comes naturally to me, and you know. Yeah. I had so much fun. Like I even feel like this conversation, I'm pretty much happy to leave it there. Like I don't feel the need to analyze beyond this point. I wish it was a bit earlier in the day, because I would love to do some art for you. Maybe I'll do some tonight. I want to do some key art for Insignia. Bill Lynchie says, have you played Silksong? I haven't played Silksong. I know, maybe I should. Man, if I wasn't going to Melbourne at the end of the week, if I wasn't going to be in Melbourne on Sunday for Games Week, I literally would be playing Silksong right now. I'd be taking a big rest for a week. But I don't have time for Silksong. I don't have time for it. I don't even have time for Donkey Kong Bonanza, and I own that game. That game is sitting in my Switch too. My wife's like almost 100%ed it. I don't even have time to have my own save file. It sucks. Michalowski says, I also think, let me scroll up a little. I think that there were so many personalities that if you tried to be another entertainer, it would be too much. I also think that a lot of people just thought that you were a high-level game dev / artist, and it's a better label than some try-hard yapper trying to self-advertise. Yeah, I think so. Dude, Lindsay is so thoughtful. Like, extremely patient, very organized, very considerate, always there. Like, I don't know how many of you noticed, but like Prime's vocal cords were suffering before we even started. For weeks now, he's had some issues with his voice, and he's been on some very strict diets, trying to minimize like acid reflux and different things like that. And he needed to do like vocal exercises like the whole time. Like, for us to have this event even happening, like a lot needed to be done to help facilitate him being in the best condition he could be. And Lindsay was like on it, bringing him tea. You know, we had like a special, like every meal that was catered, there was like one special portion just for Prime, and Lindsay was always checking in that he was eating at the right times. And she's actually very good at what she does. And I don't think that's her background. Like, I don't think she's like a producer or anything like that. I think she has a background in like marine conservation, but she really, and she was across all of the ordering of all the technical equipment, making sure that stuff was getting delivered, the merch, like she was on all that stuff. Very, very valuable person to have in that environment. Someone who's just like making sure that everything is going right off camera, and that people are where they need to be, you know, getting contacted in terms of like knowing when guests are coming on, so that Prime and TJ could focus on just being on the camera. She's amazing. Yeah. And super nice, super hospitable. I literally, here's an anecdote. I walked down to the kitchen. Lindsay is eating a bowl of noodles. I open the fridge to grab something, and I'm just picking around, and she's like, oh, there's this and this and this for you if you like. Also, I've got these noodles here. Do you want my noodles? I'm like, Lindsay, eat your food. Don't worry about me. Like, there's this amazing catered food. She's like, if you don't like any of that food, you can eat my dinner. I'm like, what are you talking about? She'd like give me the shirt off her back if I asked for it. Way too nice. I've never had someone be like, I'm nice, she's so nice. Yeah, super. this whole event couldn't have happened without her. Lindsay's amazing person. I can't believe she offered me. She's eating the food. She's like, "Do you want it?" Yeah. So yeah, I gotta go. It's 6 p.m. It's 20 past 6, and actually, what I'll do is I'll check in with my wife and see what she's doing. We've got some dinner that I wanted to cook up. I haven't cooked in like 10 days. I've been eating catered food all this time. So it'd be great to be able to stream a little more, but I want to spend time with my missus. So let me just check in with her and see what she's at. I know she's got a little work to do tonight, so maybe we can keep streaming. We'll see how we go. I'll be right back. All right, be right back. We're just gonna order some food. All right, chat. We get to stream a bit longer. Pardon me. Oh, actually, one more thing. I'll be right back. Yo, we back. Okay. Yeah, we're good. So we're going to stream a bit longer. I will, when the food gets here, I'm going to go be right back for a little bit longer. Just going to have dinner and sit down with my wife and stuff. But she's got a lot of work to do tonight. So for like maybe even like another 2 hours, we can stream. And what I wanted to do today on stream was focus a bit more on brand. And really like, I just want to spend the next 3 or 4 days pouring my heart into the parts of Insignia that I love, that I feel are underrepresented, and the parts that I want people to recognize in the project in the future. That's what I think is missing from, you know, if I look at my pitch and I try to rationalize, like, you know, I've got a game. I've got a build. I can show it to a publisher. I've got the pitch deck. I'm getting feedback on the pitch on Friday morning from someone in the industry who's, you know, doesn't have a stake in my thing. So they're going to give me some honest feedback. I have time to tinker with it. But so that's all fine. But for me, the future for what I want for the game, what I want for the brand, that's stuff that I think it would be good to spend energy on that during this time. And that goes like right here in the pitch deck. So for me, I just want to spend a little bit of time just like jotting down some ideas. I should write this down. This is Melbourne International Games Week. And this is GDC. And this is Screen Oz. Might even been post Screen Oz. Actually, this is like pre GDC. Okay. So what I think I'm missing here is vision piece around the brand development that Insignia ought to pursue on the path to release and as an IP. It's been very hard to sort of, for a long time, people asked me like, what's Insignia? What's the unique selling point of Insignia? That kind of thing. And for a long time I was like, oh, I don't know, you know, if that is relevant for me. And, you know, there are things that I care about and things I'm trying to do that like maybe, you know, that's not that relevant. And then I sort of relented and thought a lot about unique selling points and mechanics that were unique and blah, 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 blah. But ultimately, I think I was right initially of like, if you make a cool as hell thing, it's hard to ignore. And Insignia being a cool as hell world is the thing that I think is valuable about it. Like the fact that it's a story, it's not just a series of mechanics that have a story associated with them. It's like, no, this is like Avatar: The Last Airbender. That's what I'm trying to make, you know? So I'm actually going to just do a little bit of storyboarding here. Like, and I think a lot of these are TV shows and films and books the kind of media that I was influenced by growing up, that's the stuff that I think, when I think like this image right here says so much to me about like what this brand avatar feels like. And there's so much of there's something, I don't know how to put it, very congruent, like parallel to what I'm trying to do with Insignia when I see that. You know, it's like, oh yeah, obviously. Like, yeah, this is what I'm trying to do. And when people see my brand, like they should feel these thoughts, feel these emotions about what I feel. You know, all these different characters, different identities that, like, you can have a favorite Avatar: The Last Airbender character. You can think of yourself as being, oh, if I was an avatar, if I was in this world, I would be a waterbender or whatever. That's something that people just, when there's an IP, like a world they're excited about, they imagine themselves inside of it. That's something that I think with Insignia, I've always been interested in being headed there. Like, that's what I want. It's what motivates me. So like, let's go, maybe another one would be obviously Harry Potter. Huge. Huge IP. You know, the houses in Harry Potter, sorting hat, blah, 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 all that stuff. You know, are you a Hufflepuff or a Gryffindor? And also just the kind of, the colors of that world, not just the houses, but like the Muggles and Death Eaters and these things that kind of have culture behind them in the world. The culture of the magical wizard society is exciting. Obviously, Lord of the Rings. Lord of the Rings. Lord of the Earrings. Let's try this again. That's a cool poster. I wonder who made that. That's sick. But even, like, I would say, you know, even something like Cult of the Lamb has in recent time, I think, done a really good job of being like a cross-media property. Right? There's like an art style behind it. There's a pull that the world has that people are just invested in. What's another game? Or, I mean, Undertale would be another one. And to some extent, say Adventure Time even. Not to as great of an extent. But of course, Redwall, huge influence for me. Silk Song. Genuinely, Hollow Knight is not a reference. But I have to acknowledge it for sure. Like Hollow Knight is a great brand. I love Final Fantasy Tactics Advance, man. It's such a good game. Hey, Universal. How's it going? I think my food's almost here, chat. I said chat. I should be saying pals. Man, I'm getting influenced. Chat. I'm doing very well. I'm doing very well. I'm tired, but yo, I just gotta grab my food. I'm gonna take a break. I'll be back in maybe 15, maybe 20. Well, it'll be a bit of a break, but don't go anywhere, okay? I'll see you all in a bit. Hey, whoa, 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 whoa. Where did this happen? Sorry, everybody. Hey, Defy Us. Thank you so much for the sub, dude. I just went out to eat something. I come back and I miss Nick. Oh, hey. That was probably ages ago, right? Sorry, chat. Sorry, everyone. How is Nick? Hope he's doing well. It's been ages. So, hey everyone. Let me tell you about what we're doing right now. So I am I've put together a pitch deck for my game. I have a lot of chats with publishers coming up, and one of the things that I think is missing from my sort of vision piece about the game and what I want to do with it is the intellectual property side and things like merchandising, really just like the world as a feature. And I'm thinking about including some key art or maybe a slide that, these media are media that I have either referenced, have either influenced me in some way, or that I recognize as having the same kind of cachet as I'm hoping to sort of build for Insignia. So, yeah, that's kind of just where we're at right now. I haven't thought about this a lot, but I want to think about it a bit more. So maybe I'll just spend a little bit of time kind of, just thinking about other IP that I like, games that I'm invested in. I mean, certainly, this is where I think a lot of these are going to be like RPGs. Like Final Fantasy X is a great, great, great piece of media. Has an awesome, colorful cast. And the world that it takes place in is a really strong one. Kingdom Hearts, dude, Kingdom Hearts. Is another one, especially the first game, where I think something about Nomura's content, something about the worlds that he builds, people get excited about them. Like the weebs in chat know what I'm talking about here. Am I right? Am I right, pals? Also, I know you're all probably, on bated breath enjoying this content. I just want to check, is chat still... Okay, chat's still good. Nomura for the win. Yeah, I certainly don't like where it's gone, the Kingdom Hearts franchise, but I think the first one, it does something really cool. There's just something really cool about the world, the cast, the way that it's constructed, the kind of vision of this. I mean, this is a gorgeous piece of artwork, right? It's just so cool. And it influences a lot. I mean, there's a lot of indie games that are influenced by this. Just even this visual on its own. You'll notice most of these pictures are ensemble pictures. They're pictures of the cast all together in the same space. I think I do want to do one of those, but I'd like to think about these things. I mean, there's an amazing shot of the cast from Fire Emblem Awakening has an insane poster, which I love. I'm not here trying to design a poster right now. We've done that before on the stream. It's a task that I think is valuable, but I think we're kind of getting a little bit diluted here into what we're trying to do. For me, this is about world building, and Just the development of the IP, which I don't think Fire Emblem has that good of an IP, if I'm being honest. Hey, Blazy, welcome. What about anime? What do I mean exactly by the development of the IP? That's a good question, Pomplamoose. I would say for me, development of the IP means a cohesive brand around which you can build storytelling, really. So like each of these intellectual properties, IP is intellectual property, and an intellectual property is basically something that has a name that represents a collection of ideas or whatever that people can have some kind of emotional or, actual investment in. So, the Cult of the Lamb IP, it's a world built around, this logo, this art style, these characters. That's the IP. And these are things that I guess for me, they are markers of a successful world building exercise. If you've built a good world and a good brand for your game, at least in my space, what I'm trying to do with my game, the idea of like having the game be marketable such that someone would want to buy a t-shirt of one of the characters or of a scene from the game or an environment or the logo, those are things that are markers that I've built a good IP. They're things that you would love. That's really the definition. Yes, I think Fire Emblem, there's two things that I'm doing right now. One is I'm trying to create a collage that is cohesive and where each of the things that I've added are clustered in a way that's strong and says something important. So as an exercise, one, I feel like Fire Emblem kind of muddies this space. Like what I like about that Fire Emblem poster is just the poster. I don't really care about the Fire Emblem Awakening cast of characters or the world. It doesn't speak to me the same way. And there are reasons why that's the case. And so I'd rather not include it here because I don't have that kind of relationship with it. I just happen to like the poster. Whereas like Final Fantasy X, I have a very strong relationship with these characters, with this world, with, everything about the storytelling of this IP, right? What is Insignia? Hey, Morpho1. Insignia is my game. I've got the pitch deck right here. This is Insignia. So it's a game that I've been building since 2017. I'm in the process we're in production at the moment, and we're getting some more funding. That game is an action adventure, and it has platforming elements, but also crafting and things like that. But it's really closer to Zelda in that there's quests and there's different regions and towns and dungeons, and it's a single player game, pixel art style. Yeah. If you've played games like Owlboy or Iconoclast, it'll be right up your alley. Otherwise, like, these games are also very similar. So sort of Metroidvania adjacent. And what I'm trying to do is I'm actually heading to some publisher meetings soon. And I want to be able to express my vision for where I want to put more energy into the building of the game as a product. If I'm going to have someone invest in me and my project, I want them to understand that for me, it's not just a game title that I'm releasing. For me, a successful game means also being able to sell merchandise about the game. Not because I want to make more money on merchandise, but because the kinds of relationships players will have with the world are conducive to those things. It's a good litmus test. You know, if I'm doing storytelling right, people will want these things. When I'm doing character designs, I need to be able to answer the question, would someone buy a shirt with this character on it? With yes. They should want that, right? If I'm designing boring characters, nobody's going to want t-shirts of those characters. But a good character, oh, hell yeah. Like, I'd love a Final Fantasy X shirt, you know. My brother owns one. I would love like a Kingdom Hearts shirt or, you know, a tattoo. Like, would you get it? Lots of people have Harry Potter tattoos or tattoos of, you know, stuff from these IP. There were people at PAX last year in Melbourne. There was a Cult of the Lamb wedding, an actual legal wedding where people got married at the Cult of the Lamb, like, installation booth at PAX. 2 weddings happened. That's powerful. That's a powerful brand. They must really like that game to want such an important moment of their lives to be colored that way, you know? That's a good brand. And people love Undertale, right? So it's good world building. World building is it's important to me, and I'm recognizing that these games and properties do that well. They make a place that people want to exist as a part of their lives after the game. So, I think this is a good smattering. I'm sure there are other, there's definitely lots more. Disney would be another really good one. Like, a lot of Disney properties are strong, in my opinion. Treasure Planet is one that it's close. It's not quite right for me. I think that it misses the mark in a few ways, key ways that make it more of like a cult classic than a massive major blockbuster all-time top whatever Disney film. But I like what it's doing. I think especially the colonial spacey aspect of it, like the colonial aspect is really big for me. But I'm having trouble finding like a shot that I really like about it. It's crazy. Treasure Planet, key art. This is a good shot. That's a good one. But I think that the brand is lacking. I just think like this is super aspirational for me. Oh, Ghibli. Yeah, of course. Yeah, Ghibli, it's big. Really big. Huge. Iconic. That would live around, if I did this correctly. I'm trying to cluster these things so that they're sort of near each other. Based on what I think is valuable and similar. For me, Pokemon is not, I love Pokemon, but it's not as character focused. like the Pokemon are characters, but I don't have a strong personal relationship with any of the Pokemon characters or with the Pokemon. That's more about, it's a sort of different flavor of merchandising than what I'm personally trying to build here. But House Moving Castle is another really good one. Even like Your Name would be another one that I really like. I think Your Name is a great film for its imagery, for its world. It's such a striking movie. But I would classify it in the same space as House Moving Castle that way. In fact, Nausicaa might even be almost better. Man, why are there so many, like, when I search images, why do I get so many purchasey things? I get so much shop stuff. I just want images, dude. Like, just give me pictures. How far is Insignia development percentage? Like 60%. It's getting up there these days. Content-wise, more like 30, but systems-wise, like 100. So let's now start writing down what it is about these IPs that I actually think is valuable and relevant. So I would probably have to cluster these. Maybe we should do that first. So this is like... colorful characters, strong visual identity, Western, cartoon, aesthetic, over this. I actually would put all of these in like a different cluster than this. This is so British and European. There's this very like British fantasy, widely broad, what would I say, grand worlds with epic drama. Strong lore. I would overlap Harry Potter with Avatar, but I think Avatar very uniquely, it's what would I say about it? I mean, it's very similar to Harry Potter. Shouldn't you success as a game first becoming a household IP? No. I think you should consider how people will receive your game when you make the game. That's the point. This is what's called art direction. Right? When people do art direction, this is what they're thinking about. They're not just saying, I'm making a video game, and then at the end say, now how do we make people be interested in this game? Depends on what you're making. If you're making like a video game that was a puzzle game or like a board game, sure. But if you're making a world first and you're setting it inside of a game, different story. Hey, okay, next. How's it going? East, West, stylistic, blend, strong, orthogonal identities across a colorful cast, enemies, and good character drama, mixing. Hard to explain this. It's kind of like, it's good character drama because it's not all of the enemies are enemies. Some enemies become friends and friends become enemies, and there's a lot happening there. But it's also a very good hero's journey. This is more, I love sweeping fantasy where characters are in fact, Howl's Moving Castle and Spirited Away are very similar to Lord of the Rings in that sense. Sweeping fantasy, strong environmentalist themes, characters on different paths, larger. How would you express this? It's kind of like relatable characters. It's kind of like, it's not even necessarily relatable. It's almost like Fabilic. Worlds, but with relatable characters. It's very common. Like Spirited Away does that a lot, where it's like it's a normal girl, she's experiencing this world, but she's in this, she's brought into this almost like isekai way of like throwing the characters and the viewer into a world that has such depth. Well, folklore, I would say, is something like Lord of the Rings does it really well, where there's so much depth, there's so much background for the storytelling that the story is almost like, like characters go somewhere and meet a character, and that character, like the Tom Bombadil stuff or the Balrog, like everything in Lord of the Rings has like a 20-page backstory you could write about. His history and where it came from and who its allegiance lies, where its allegiance lies and what happened 2,000 years ago to drive its, like there's so much, it's such well rendered, its depth. But I would say stylistically, it's not as visually focused as most of the anime stuff. Because it's a book, obviously. But even the films, I mean, they're visually striking, but the thing that sticks is how old everything is. Whereas House Moving Castle and Ghibli films, they're more about like overwhelming your senses with, or it's romantic. That's what I'm trying to say. There's a romanticism about these films that I really, really, really like. That appeals to me a lot. This is like ragtag, disparate heroes crossing paths on a long pilgrimage voyage. Destiny. The feel when Insignia is just Anastasia. It's not. It's not Anastasia. I think actually Treasure Planet kind of fits here. It's not Ghibli, but it does have this something. There's this like, let's get rid of the strong environmentalist themes. Well, it's up there. Maybe we just take one of these red wall posters. We just put it there. We only need one. I should say colorful designs. Even silhouettes. So I guess let's talk about like characters, themes, worlds, or like aesthetics, something like that. Aren't there more games you can use as a ref? Why? I mean, Iconoclasts is up there. Owlboy would be a really good one. I mean, I think Owlboy is an excellent example of a brand, but it's not. The thing is that it's not pushed far enough. The silhouettes are good, but it lacks. It's lacking in a lot of ways. Hollow Knight's probably a really good one. Maybe we could bring Hollow Knight in there. But it's not an inspiration for Insignia. Like, it's so different. I would probably put it in this space, if anything. And this is kind of tangential to my interests. Maybe I'll just get rid of Adventure Time. Yeah, I haven't played that many games that I think do what I'm trying to do. I mean, Zelda obviously is a big, huge inspiration. Particularly Ocarina of Time, I think does a good job. But it's really Twilight Princess that I use as a reference. But I don't think that game is necessarily... Or maybe like Skyward Sword or Breath of the Wild. I love this poster. This was so cool. It's just not what I think about, unfortunately. Wait, why isn't Zant in this poster? Isn't this supposed to be Zant? Has it always been Ganon? I guess it was this before. They added to it. I don't remember that shot of Ganon at all. Do I have a pitch line for the game? For the game, yes. But I think the game is too... This is my thing. Like, Insignia is so much more than a game to me. So that if I was to say to you this, like the pitch line, like that's like mechanically what the game is, right? But it's not like, it doesn't express nearly enough about what I'm making to just say it's puzzle platforming action adventure, but the special abilities are hidden inside enemies. Like, that's a cool mechanical twist, and it explains generally what I'm making, but it doesn't express like... I actually think this pitch is too game centric, to be honest. I think like some of this stuff, the only thing is maybe what I need to do is have this first frame be a better poster with more characters in it. Right now, I think it's very Armin focused, which makes this feel very player centric. It's like, oh, it's what you can do in the game that makes the game interesting. But what you can do in the game, although it is interesting, it's not, at least it's not the topic of this conversation. And I think this conversation is currently underserved in my pitch deck. So with characters, I like the, oh my gosh, complexity, depth and complexity cast against caricature. So like strong archetypes mixed with depth. Lots of diversity. It's almost like deep main cast. Strong archetypes for supporting cast. Lots of diversity overall. Yeah, the problem is it is one project, so I can't have multiple decks, you know what I mean? Like, you can kind of, but there's only so much you can get away with. Yeah, I mean, it's true. It's true. Like, there are different layers. There are different... Oh, I love Wizard of Earthsea. I've been reading that recently. I'm so surprised you mentioned that. Have you heard me say that? I've been reading it. I actually really like the Ghibli film, Tales of Earthsea. Tales from Earthsea, I think it's called. You just arrived. Oh my gosh. I think Wizard of Earthsea is such a cool fantasy world. It's so cool. It's a beautiful, deep, original fantasy rendering. Yeah. The only problem is it doesn't have an adaptation that I really like. Like I like the Ghibli film a lot, but the only thing I like about the Ghibli film is the setting and the music. I think that the Ghibli film's first 20 minutes are gorgeous. The first 20 minutes of that film make me feel something stronger than almost any of the other Ghibli films. It's that really, really vast, desolate, ancient. It almost feels like watching a Shadow of the Colossus movie, the first 20 minutes of Tales from Earthsea. But it has the depth. It has like enough, like Shadow of the Colossus is amazing as a parable or a fable, and it's very sparse in terms of characters. But the first 20 minutes of Earthsea, it gives you a little bit of world building, a bit of character development, and it sets up a kingdom and a world and a peril that's coming across that world. And then it throws the characters into this vast, vast landscapes where, you know, like the Tales from Earthsea Desert. This shot, oh my gosh. Incredible concept, you know, like an ocean. You see the ocean in the prologue, and then 2 scenes later, you see the character walking through the same ocean, and it's dry. It's just desert. That is the comparison between those 2 scenes is so good. It's so strong. This reminds me a lot of Guild Wars. Did anyone play the first Guild Wars? The Crystal Desert? Guild Wars is fantastic for that. The huge statues toppled the arid sea. So cool, dude. And I'm pretty sure there's ships here as well. Oh, dude, what a transition. The pre-searing into the searing. Holy moly. Yeah, dude, something about seeing ships in a desert is just it's so evocative. It paints such a picture in your mind because it tells you this has been this way for a long, long time, but it wasn't always this way. A long, long time ago, it was something else. Beautiful. I agree. I love that part in Earthsea. Do you know what I loved about Earthsea? About the A Wizard of Earthsea? The last couple chapters are there's such a wonderful, introspective kind of not exploration, but like it's such a great metaphor for or like a relatable rendering of like personal struggle, you know, like the idea of growth requiring a kind of death and acceptance of one's flaws to become whole. Like it's that last like couple of chapters of A Wizard of Earthsea are just phenomenal for that reason. it's such a perfect, compact, like crystallized version of like a hero's journey that like the hero has to accept. In fact, I think Harry Potter is pretty close behind. I like Harry Potter maybe more, if only because of how much more colorful the world is. You know, all the different characters and stuff like that. But the idea of this almost like, well, in Harry Potter, it's kind of messianic, but in Earthsea, it's so personal. It's very like, it's you, you know, it's you who has to conquer yourself, you know, conquer your demons. And yeah, it's just beautiful. I thought it was so good. Okay, so themes. I don't know how to express this, but it's like living for oneself versus living for others. What's it called? Selflessness. Maybe I can do sweeping romance. Um, okay. I think that's pretty good list. I think I covered it for the most part. I do obviously want to mention, like, I don't know how relevant it is to bring up the anthro stuff. Like, my game has anthropomorphic animals. They are like a major aspect of the races in the game. They are the races in the game, other than humans. It's not. It's very importantly not furry focused. Like, that's not the angle. It's much more like Peter Rabbit kind of Redwall focused. But I don't really know how to express that aspect. I mean, maybe there's enough here in saying strong archetypes, that kind of thing. I think I need to do more with the silhouettes. I think I need to do more. Like, if I was a better concept artist 5 years ago, this would help me so much right now. You know, I've got a lot of ideas for things. Maybe I could just bring together a bunch of concept art. I don't think I'm doing enough right now in any of the media around the game. I don't show off a lot of cool stuff, but like, the game's ambition is evident in certain parts. I just don't bring them all together very often. I think what this requires is, if I had the time to do this, which I don't, I mean, maybe I could sketch out some stuff. I guess I would want to break this down into as few distinct images as possible. That's the idea. They have to be distinct, but they have to be few. So one would be cast of characters in an ensemble active pose, active context. Ensemble cast of characters in an active context. So something kind of a little abstract, but has everyone in it, sort of like this, but or this, where they get to express themselves and their characters all in one big shot. That's a big important thing I don't have. Okay, another one would be kind of like Armin, exploring Armin against a dramatic setting. Really important. Could even be Armin or with potentially with other characters. Okay. An in-world shot of a moment that happens in the game, capturing cultural aspects. So like a shot of inside of a tavern with lots of different characters from different races engaging with each other. And maybe the main character's walking into the tavern, or he's sitting by the bar, or he's whatever. And then something strictly communicating action, combat, conflict. I feel like that pretty much seals it. If I could get those 4 shots in some fashion, I think that communicates what Insignia is. Especially if each of these take place in a different environment. This is kind of separate. This would be more... Oh man, I'm so grateful that I get to do this. I feel so happy that I get to, like, sorry, I've had an emotional week, okay? I haven't slept much. I'm just like having, and I've been thinking about this a little bit, having like flashbacks to when I started working on this game. And like, shit. Like where I was in my life and what I was shooting for. And the emotional, like the freedom of expression that I had when I was doing this. The first time. It's been a really long time since I've been able to think of the game in those terms. Like it's been a long time since I've been able to just have this vision, this world, and just think about like, hey, what is this story to me? How do I paint that picture? Because I know, I feel it. Well, I haven't felt it for a long time. Like I've been focused on very technical aspects of the game for a long time. And there are these, I mean, even, they don't even do it justice at all. Most of the concept art in the game from back at the beginning of it does not even close to do it justice in terms of like, you know, these were sketches on a little moleskin journal, some of these things. But I know what I was shooting for, and it's developed so far from this, and that development has happened over so many different iterations and so many different things that I don't get tired of the thought of bringing it all together. You know, I really do think that I'm like especially this week, like it was really cool. It was really cool to feel confident expressing myself visually in front of a crowd of people, and to be really, I was very proud of a lot of the artwork that I did this week on Prime Stream. And that was all under pressure. And, you know, I've been thinking a lot about the idea of getting a concept artist on to help me out with this stuff. And I probably, it's like, ideally, if I had enough money and resources, like I would do that. But like, there is a part of me that just wants free reign to do this myself. Like, I just want to build these frames. Because I see flashes of these images, and it's powerful to me. Like, it affects me, you know. I just want to share. I want to be able to convert that into something tangible that you guys can see. Because for me, like, this game, the thing that's driving me to make this game are those images. It's moments in the game. It's these little flashes that I see in my head as like movie frames. And I keep trying to get closer and closer and closer to being able to express what's in my mind. And it's almost like these movie frames that they're sort of like compositions of different moments from different movies, but in a context where it's like, you know, like for me, like they're almost like storyboard moments. It's kind of what it is. From all this media that I've sort of just snapshotted in my brain. And I have in my mind the emotional weight that I want to be ascribed to those moments. Like the moment of like Harry in Harry Potter walking into the Forbidden Forest and giving himself up to Voldemort. That moment is so strong. That is such an incredible like concept. Like that sketch of like at the end of the journey walking to one's like death or whatever, accepting death. It's like, whoa, it's so heavy. And I guess for me, like distilling all of these things that I think are compatible into like just a couple images, you know, just shot. I'm so close, you know. I'm so close to it. That's not who I want. I think it might be not this one. Does he not have a... Oh, am I spelling this wrong? Simon S. Anderson. Simon Anderson has an he's great at it. He's so good at it. Oh, this is sick. Oh, wow, he made this? Damn. This is great. Looks amazing. Yeah. Simon has a wonderful flair for the epic or the romantic. There are a couple of shots that he was posting a while ago. I don't know if I can find them now. Of like a story he was thinking of telling, or let me see if I can find this. Yeah, some of these shots. Like these are fantastic. Oh, that is so Fire Emblem Awakening, my guy. This kind of stuff. Oh, fantastic. Fantastic. He's so good. I'm chasing him, you know? In my life, it's like there are these people who have these skills and I'm just like what's the word? So inspired and just happy to see them off in the like a little kid running after their older siblings, you know? That's how it feels for me. It's like I'm not anywhere close to this, but there's like an innocent kind of naive thing of just like, I'm just going to chase after them and I'll catch up if I don't even have to think about it so hard. You know, I'm just going to go and do it. Just fantastic. He's so good. And I have faith that you know, on an intellectual level, I do have faith that like one day maybe I'll get there. But for now, I'm just excited to see this stuff. And I just want to do it too. You know, that's where I started as a kid, just drawing fan art of stuff. Maybe sometimes even like not tracing, but I would look at things like, you know, stuff from Kingdom Hearts or whatever that excited me. And I would just draw that same frame, you know, because I just thought it was so cool. So he's fantastic, man. I would be so grateful and ecstatic and excited to just build this skill set, to just keep going until I get to here, whatever this is. What gets me is like, how are these done? What is the technique? Is this digital painting? Like, it's hard for me to really like even appreciate, like, what are these made with? Like, it's not pixel art. I'll have to see what he uses. I've been thinking of taking up a new workflow for 2D art. Because I think there's something really cool about the you can see here, it's very like, there's a kind of like cell shading on the characters, but 3D rendering for the backgrounds. It's very animated film, like Studio Ghibli. Because when you animate things, you know, you can't use the same details. So the idea of using that and baking that into the key art process, it makes it feel like this is a frame from a movie. Very smart. He's so good, man. He's so good. The other artist who I love is, I'll have to find them. Yeah, this playlist is the Game Chops playlist. If you go to gamechops.com, most of their tracks, I just have a bunch of albums of theirs. One sec. I always know this person when I see it. That's it. Marcel Mosky. Oh, it's Game Chops. So like the website, it's a label. It's a music label, and they do game covers. So like this track, for example, is Helint, Helynt, Helint. And this is Hyrule Field from Zelda. So like this is an album called The Legend of Synthwave Deluxe by Helint, but it's under the Game Chops label. So if you just go to gamechops.com, most of their albums are what's in this playlist. It's just a playlist of a bunch of albums from Game Chops. Yeah, dude. Marcel Mosky is also so good. So good. These characters are just fantastic. Wow, those are so cool. I love this kind of stuff. That's beautiful. Oh, the first artist. Sorry, I just got confused. I got confused about who we were talking about. This is Simon S. Anderson. Snake Pixel. Sorry. I got confused about who we were talking about with artist versus music. I was just reading the chat incorrectly. That's great. That's really good. But these aren't the ones. There's a couple of shots that I absolutely love of his. That's pretty cool. It's been a while since I visited his page. That's friggin' sick. Dude, I love these shots. This one here is so good. I'll keep these ones. This is so fantastic. Who else? That's a bit too much. There are other artists. I can get someone here that I think I like. I'm going to go back to who I'm following. been a long time since I looked at my follows. Yeah, Ed is good. Hey, Swizz, how you doing? Good to see ya. I know who I'm looking for. I only follow 300 people. How many scrolls can it be? How many scrolls? Okay. I guess not. Alrighty. Well, I think we're pretty good for now. I am exhausted. I got in at 7 a.m. today and I was streaming I literally finished Prime's stream. An hour later, I was in an Uber to LAX. Spent 3 hours at the airport, got on a plane, spent 14 hours on the plane, got off the plane. 3 hours later, or maybe 5 hours later, I'm streaming here. I haven't slept in a bed since is it 48 hours ago? I don't know. It's been a long time since I slept in a bed. Because I was up. I don't know. But I'm very tired. We spent today together. She drove me from the airport. We did some chores and errands and stuff. It's just that she's doing a job application at the moment. Or she's going for a promotion. So she's applying for a position and she just needs a bit of alone time to focus on that. So here I am. We were hanging out earlier today though. Is this supposed to be gravity? Why does this look like the water is welling into this down below? Is it a gravity thing maybe? That's interesting. So, let's see if I can find... Oh, I remember these. No, I know where I want to look though. We're going to do some more key art in the next couple of days. I think we're at a place now where I think the brand is just lacking assets, and I want to be focusing more on merchandising and the vision of the game as like an IP, something that people could get tattoos of and t-shirts of and that kind of thing. I mean, the thinking is all there. I just haven't expressed it in assets that people could look at for a long time. So it's oh wow, I've already started this conversation in a different document. All right, well, let's bring over all of the thinking we just did. Yoink. Am I going to get an insignia tattoo? Maybe one day. If I do a good job, I will want to. That's the whole point. So, dude, Sea of Stars is an excellent brand. We didn't mention that at all. Sea of Stars is such a top shelf brand. Do I have any? I don't have any tattoos. I am tattooless. If Insignia makes $2 million, I'll get a tattoo. It's so dangerous. It's so dangerous to my mental health how often that number in my head gets thrown around. Like, my brain's like, oh yeah, $2 million. Way too often. I need to step away from that valuation. Although I won't stop aiming for it, I just need to stop saying it out loud or thinking it too strongly. It's my vision. You know, if something doesn't work out, you don't want to feel like you failed just because you didn't hit some arbitrary number. I'd be very happy if we made, you know, even if we made like 500K, like if I made 500K from it, that'd be great, you know. It's just I feel, you know, I feel like I have a lot of opportunity right now. There's a lot of examples of stuff in here that are so good, and I just need to keep refining it. I just need to keep honing it, and I'm not that far. I just need to express myself with confidence the way that I have been, and to be very aspirational and driven by that passion, and I think I'll get there. I think I will. I want to see him do work in progress stuff. I want to know what tool he uses. I don't know what he uses. Whether it's... I mean, I've seen all of this stuff before. Get out of here. He doesn't post it on his portfolio, but I've seen work in progress stuff before. I want to see this logo. Is that just his logo? Or logo design? Yeah, they're pretty good. It's more like reference material for like, not like brands per se, but more like just how to compose an image, really. Like, I'm not looking to take colors from different places. Morning, Bloodfarer. Like, e.g., there's a shot from Breath of the Wild's trailer that I think would make a really good shot for Insignia, or at least the foundation of a really good shot. It's right here. Like this, in my brain, I have a shot there's a moment in Insignia that would be a really good candidate for a shot like this. And it's nothing, it's not this at all. It's just that I just think it's a cool, I'm not going to draw this. It's just a reference, You have to pull references from somewhere. So, there's a few shots that I've done that I still like quite a lot. I think it's in here somewhere. It'll load up eventually, or over here. Man, I feel like I've grown so much from where I was. Even, when was this? Like, it was this year I was doing this stuff. Like, oh, dude, that is such a cool shot. This, no, but this, oh, it's so good. That, and where is the one that I'm thinking of? It's the one with the boat. It might not be here. Might have lost it. There was a file that got corrupted a while ago. I wish I had it. I think it was called... Let me see if I got it somewhere. What kind of elements? Oh yeah, there's a bunch of so let me explain the world law very, very briefly. So in Insignia, let me see what I got here for you. Production media, maybe? No, brand guide. Okay, so there are like 4 core elements, and they make up kind of like an axis like this, where they have different interpretations of how they're aligned in the game, but the humans think of them as like kind of like this arrangement, where it's like earth, air, fire, and water in that layout. Actually, I think it's like this. I can't remember if I put it this way or that way. I think I put it this way right now. And it's kind of like vertical and horizontal. So like, it's hard to explain. It's like aggressive, defensive, rising and falling. And there are essentially 4 different what are called ensigns. There's basically this like visual language in the game. There's kind of like symbols that through which nature is commanded. And each of the symbols has a color. So there's 16 symbols, 4 for each color. And they are essentially like words that you speak to, or that they're kind of like the same way we think of like elements, IRL, like the world is made of them. Or at least in this world, it's like frequencies, right? So it's like through these symbols, the world is made. And all life has these kind of, is resonant with these frequencies, and these symbols represent them. In the game, the sword is like a conduit for them, and defeating enemies allows you to absorb their energy, or allows the sword to absorb their energy, which is aligned with one of these colors, one of these symbols. And when the gems for each of these symbols, so there's a green gem, a blue gem, a red gem, a yellow one, when they're encrusted in the sword can basically store those symbols, or those energy, the resource. If the sword has all 4, that's considered like a complete weapon, and insignia is essentially what you call the full harmony of all of the colors. So each of them are, a different color, but when they combine, they make white. And so the insignia is all of the elements together at once. And it basically, a weapon that is in full, that completes insignia, is basically like as powerful as like a nuclear weapon. It's like all powerful, complete control over nature. But the crystals are very scarce. Hundreds of years ago, they were common and plentiful and found in everywhere. And there were mines where people mined these crystals, and vast cities built on top of these mines. But in the current day, when the game takes place, there are essentially only a handful left, 1 or 2 known in the world of each of the crystals. And the knowledge to construct one of these weapons, the blacksmithing knowledge, is essentially lost to time. However, there is one order of blacksmiths who are ordained by the king to maintain this knowledge. And the main character in the story is the son of one of those blacksmiths. That's the magic system and how it reflects the game. So in the game, you go around collecting these ensigns, these symbols. I have there's a better screenshot here. What am I doing here? This is way better. Why don't I just show you this? So you go to these forges and you learn, this is like one ensign, and there are 16 of them. So you're going on a pilgrimage to all these different places to essentially reconstruct the sword, or reawaken the sword's power. In game, the abilities are literal platforming abilities. So there's a double jump ability, there's a wall climb ability, there's an air dash, there's a stuff like that. And the enemies have the abilities inside of them via the ensigns. So this snake has a green ensign inside of it, and when you defeat the snake, you get this ability. In this case, you can also use the ability by jumping on the snake, because the snake is a big spring. But yeah, over here, this hedgehog has this flame dash, and you can parry the hedgehog to steal the ensign, to capture the ensign inside the sword, and then you get the flame dash. So because they stack, you basically have 4 slots and 1 slot per ensign type. You can then essentially chain abilities to do cool platforming stuff. So, yeah. Hey, Wanderer of the Land of Oo. I'm not responsible for the Towers of Mordoria build. All I'm responsible for is making cool art. That makes for cool merch. You can't even see that, can you? Hang on. There you go. Look at that. That's my job, and my job is done. You can take it up with Tej and Prime. All right, so back to Insignia. I really wanted to find that poster. Trailer concept ensign abilities. Oh yeah, that's not what I want. Blacksmith shot, amiibo, turn 4, paint over, key concept poses, character references, poster concept art, character design. Oh, that's so old. That's from 2016. That's crazy. Not 2016, 2017. Wow. Key concept poses. It's not this though. That's the thing. It's not this. It's crazy that this file just got corrupted and disappeared. I'm not kidding either. Like, actually, I don't have this file anymore. It's so lucky that I imported most of what was in that file into this document. In the website. I think in this Insignia logo and website doc, I've got all of the sketches that I had drawn. Lucky. But none of these are what I want. Unfortunately. I still think this is super solid. But like, there was a proper drawing of this that's basically gone now. And I had a poster that I was doing with like, such a shame. I had some really cool ideas there that are just not there anymore. I can't seem to track them down. There might be something on a laptop somewhere. Maybe on my old laptop. Like, what even is this? Yeah, not this one. Was there a... Hang on a second. No. Dude. Terrible. Terrible. It's crazy. I lost a lot of stuff. How did Search get this broken? Yeah, I don't know, man. Oh, thanks, Pixels. Yeah, I mean, I've been living this stuff for a long time now. I've really been living it, but I love it. I mean, it's fun to do this. I could do this again, probably with help next time, but It's been the space to just fill a whole thing, just to sink my brain into it, has been it's just such a fun opportunity to just be given freedom to do that. It's so disappointing that I don't have those poster shots. It's so annoying. If I go to size, it would be the biggest ones. I'm gonna hike. Really? That's so big? I remember this one. This is from ages ago as well. Some of these are cool. Some of these are really cool. I still think this is pretty cool. ApolloUX.Leo. Why is this so big? Whoa. Okay, that is a big document. Holy Moses. Adam. This is before I had Figma. Holy. This is huge. This is the whole game's UX. Will I miss working in the team environment? I wouldn't say I miss it. Insignia final poster concept. The goal to say final. Yeah, such a shame. I don't know where this file is. I'm gonna have to see if I can find it in a backup or something. It'll be somewhere. Maybe on my old PC. Anyway. That's interesting. Dude, you know what really struck me working with the others at the tower? They were using Omachi, a new Linux distro. And honestly, their ability to type, to just keyboard navigate the entire OS was so impressive. Like not touching a mouse and going between documents, between files, like searching stuff, making stuff full screen, putting stuff left and right, like that stuff you can do on Windows for sure. You know, like, you know, if I go here, I can do this and I can do this and that, and I can close things. You can do it, but they were so fast. So fast. Dude, Prime's keyboard is literally impossible to use if you aren't Prime. He has a split keyboard with no keycaps in Dvorak. Like, could you make it any more difficult? Crazy. Like, it's two keyboards completely like concave, no keycaps, Dvorak. It's just like, okay, like an alien interface. Let's do some research. I mean, TJ uses split keyboard, and there's no keycaps on his, but at least his is QWERTY. Like, the Dvorak is actually insane. I'm pretty sure I have Krita, don't I? Do I really not have it? Let's get it. I just got a new mechanical keyboard. I've had a chiclet keyboard for a long time. And I do like it, the mechanical one. It is faster. I think there was something that I didn't really understand about it that I do now, which is if you have a mechanical keyboard with travel, you actually don't have to bottom out the keys to get the type. So like with the chiclet keyboard, I'm really clacking. But with a mechanical, you're sort of like just pushing a little. It's a subtle thing, and it doesn't make intuitive sense that it would be better, but you can glide a little faster that way. What's better, Krita or Clip Studio? As far as vector line art, Clip Studio Paint is better. Okay, let's try Krita. Is Clip Studio free? I've had Clip Studio before. I've used this. I think I do have it. Nope. Yeah. There's a free version. $258. What is Pro versus EX? I mean, that seems pretty reasonable. Hello.
I've finished the.
Okay, I'll be out in about 10.
Okay.
There is a lack of AI generated chaos. Been using Clip for years, but I did use Krita for a long time. Krita has likely had a ton of updates since I last used it. Hey, Syntac, thank you so much. All right, well, let's just see what happens. It's $1 a month, actually. That's actually so reasonable. $25 years of Krita. Hey, Tonzach. Welcome. Thanks for the sub. Okay, let me see if I like this. I usually get a pretty good smell for a software within the first 5 minutes. Hey, no, there's no such thing as overdue. You just do what you like. All right, let's go for the recommended size. I want to like this. I hate it. Okay, let's get really no Z for zoom. How do I zoom? Oh, geez. You gotta give me scrubby zoom. No, 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 no. Guys, what is this nonsense? Make Adam talk in an accent. Gandalf, wandering amidst the shadowed halls of an arcane library called Insignia, unearthing secrets long veiled by dust and time.
All right, very well. So, I've been walking these halls for many years. And of course, I have no memory of this place. For far beneath the...
How do we say this? What do I say? An arcane library.
Far beneath the fields of Pelennor, in the catacombs of Minas Tirith, lay an arcane library that we call Insignia. There we see secrets veiled by time and history, lost for generations. What secrets lie in these tomes?
Alt or Control or Shift and move mouse. Okay, let's go back to brush for a second. That's not what I want. That's changing brush size. That's not what I want. Man. No. Okay, so you can scrub with left and right to go big and smaller. That's fine.
Wait, this is so good. Thank you. Is this Krita? Yes, it's Krita. Let's see what keybinds we have here. The darkest halls of Krita.
Okay. Scrubby zoom Krita. Let's have a look. Configure Krita, canvas input settings, zoom canvas, look for zoom mode under action, and change Control and Alt. But that's not what.
Okay, your Gandalf is pretty good, I've got to say. Well, of course, I've been practicing it for many years.
Under canvas input settings, in the settings, you can switch to a Photoshop profile. File, edit, not preferences, settings. Configure toolbars, manage resources, themes, styles, configure, canvas input settings, create a default, Photoshop compatible. Okay, let's try. Okay, I have no idea what that was supposed to do. That sucked. Not Control Shift, not Alt Shift. I don't know what I got wrong. Zoom canvas. Control Alt Space. Okay, we got there in the end. You miss LA and the boys yet? A little. A little. You don't miss people if you've been hanging out with them for a whole week. I'll tell you what, I was a little bit sick of them. Nah. No, not yet. Okay, Control Alt Zoom. That's not bad. I could probably get used to this. So Alt, Control Alt Zoom. Alt, Control Alt Zoom. Alt. Okay. I'd like to reverse the direction of the zoom, but we can deal with that for now. And then scale is what? There was a button I was pressing. Oh no, it's just Control Space. Oh, that's better. Oh, that's fine. Okay. So strange where it chooses to go into. It's not a very well, I'll be honest. If you're making an app like this, how do you fumble this? There's so many tools, but the tools don't work right. Leonardo is made by one person, and the foundational stuff is so good. Like even this, look at this. I can zoom in with the mouse, right, and the scroll wheel, and it zooms to where I was going. I press Control Alt Space. I can't zoom into where I clicked. It only zooms in the center. If I press Control Space, it also only zooms in the center. Am I doing something wrong? Is it Alt Space? What am I missing here? Why does this work differently? Why are there different behaviors for the zoom? With the different zoom shortcuts. Huh? Am I missing something? I hate getting this judgmental this early, but it doesn't make sense. You would only have one kind of zoom. And where is Control Space? Why is that not in this set? That's so weird. Control Alt Space, but Control Space left button, zoom mode. I don't understand, man. I don't understand. Does it have vector? That's my next question. It's got a pen tool. This is the thing, like if you... Okay, that's not what I would expect a pen tool to do. These are paint layer. Vector layer. That is vectors. Can I readjust these? Oh, that's actually pretty good. See, this is where like being able to do this would be really good in Leonardo. But why is there no control modes for this? Why doesn't control change the behavior of these to make this go with that? Little things, man, little things where it's like, if I was doing this, I would definitely add a way for these to make this and this opposite sides so that it always does a straight line through the control point. That feels so natural that I would want to do that. And I can't think of a... Oh, okay, there is a way. Okay. What did I do to make that happen? Click and shift. Control shift. Bro, it's... This kind of stuff, I don't mean to be... I mean, I definitely did something and it did... Oh. I think I control clicked. No? Shift click? No. Nope. Control shift click. Like, dude, why? Why do I need to press control shift to do that? Why not just shift? Strange behavior. It's pretty good. I mean, it's pretty good. The features themselves, it's not bad. I just don't know if I want to learn how to use this. I mean, looking at my Insignia stuff here, I am doing a lot of line art. So it would be nice to be able to use that. I wonder if I can do this. Let's have a look. Okay, I take this. Can I close this shape? Like, this is what I mean. Like, there's no... Surely I would want to close that shape and paint it. So, like, what's the... There should be a really easy, really obvious way to heal those two. Shift click to change point type. Okay, well, let's see if the bucket does... You can't use the bucket on vectors? Bro. Come on. I must be missing something. I must be not understanding how things work. I mean, that's nice. We've got shapes. I can't fill a shape? Can I gradient the shape? This is Final Fantasy VII's Golden Saucer music, but it's probably in FF14 Casino as well. Enclosed fill tool. I don't understand. What's the issue here? I just... I know it's going to take me longer because of how limited Leonardo is. But I don't want to use this tool. This stuff's pretty cool. Cool. I don't know what's happening here. That's pretty weird. It even blends very well. Look at that. Does the eraser work? Wow, that's actually really cool. Context aware eraser. That's nice. I should be using this. Especially if this is free. No, this is Krita. This is free. Yeah. I did do something similar here. I thought it was okay. Now, can I just super easily just paste this in here? I mean, you can't really put texture in after the fact, but probably could do some sort of a mask. I mean, you could definitely do like a layering thing. We'll figure something out. I think I probably need to put, if I want to get the fruits, I need to put the effort in. I need to plant the seeds to get the fruit. Can I not just delete these? Can shift delete, okay, well, whatever. Such a shame, because Leonardo, honestly, I think it's literally one of the best apps I've ever used when it comes to drawing anything. It's fantastic. Like, insanely powerful. This brush size is 1,000 pixels. Insanely fast. You can do your ink brush. No problem. You can do a textured brush. No, it doesn't have imports. You can't do anything to extend what it does. There's this jagged brush, which is sort of okay, but the patterns are not, it doesn't rotate when you move. It's very gimmicky. Doesn't really do a lot. You really just get round brush and ink if you really just, that's kind of all I use. So for me, it's like either I just commit to a style that's flatter and I just be okay with that, or I learn to use a different piece of software. It's just such a shame because I'm so stubborn when it comes to this stuff. Like I hate learning stuff that I don't think is good. this stuff here, I mean, it all looks like it used a round brush for the most part. I mean, there's some texturing here for sure, but like, I'm not sure if it's, kind of looks to me like he just hand textured it, cartoon style. Like that just looks like a round brush. Hey, Max Dev Mastery. Pixie Editor. Well, I don't really, I mean, we'll see. Okay. Oh, it's got a node graph. Hell yeah. That's pretty sick. It does vectors. Hello. But does it do painting? It doesn't look like it does painting. I'll use it for this node graph stuff. That's sick, but not. I don't think it does what I want. I think what I'll have to do is draw what I want in Leonardo, maybe with the ink brush, and then take it somewhere else and color it maybe. There's no Windows version of Procreate, is there? Deleted user. All right, pals, I'm gonna go. It's such a. I feel like Krita should have been. Maybe if I force myself to make something with it, I'll get used to it. Oh, is this a tiling mode? Oh, symmetry mode. How was I changing the size? I know I was doing it somehow. Shift and drag. What? That's not what happened. Okay. Why does that come out so bad? Yuck. Okay, I mean, I feel like I could work with this. Click, shift, space. Oh, shift space does work. It was the Photoshop mode that was crappy. Okay, that's not too bad. I'm learning. I don't think I can invert the direction. Okay, well. I don't like that this doesn't really show me what I'm expecting to see. I feel like the brush feel is really hard right now. Okay. All right. Now, how do I select? I don't want contiguous. I want my lasso selection. Why doesn't it tell me the keystroke for this? Freehand selection doesn't have a keybind? How do I get out of the selection? Why doesn't escape get out of it? There's no keybind I can do to get out of that? Control D, maybe. What is... Nope. No, they're different. It's weird that I would want... Why would you want J to be a tool, but not like J as circular selection? And freehand selection's not drawn on anything. Huh? Like, sorry, what? Excuse me? Like, what are you talking about? Hey, sorry, I'm coming now. All right, chat, I gotta go. I'm done. I'll fiddle around a bit more. I mean, it's clearly a capable raster editor. I'm confused by why it's like this. Thanks, everybody. I will catch you all maybe tomorrow. Alrighty, let's find someone to raid and get out of here. Kebab Scowl. All right. Thanks, chat. It was a pleasure. It was a pleasure performing for you in LA, and it was a pleasure streaming for you today. That's the stream. As always, wishlist Insignia on Steam. If you like the content, you can also subscribe to my YouTube channel or subscribe here on Twitch if you want to support me directly. That's it. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.